Hello. Hello and welcome to the EBSCON 2024. I'm Daniel, your friendly host. And who was here last year? Raise your hand just for a feeling. Good. I'd like to, oh yeah, over there, of course. I'd like to remind you of a beautiful tradition we had many moons ago when we used to do events all the time. When someone would come on stage, we would rhythmically put our hands together, creating a quite nice noise. You might want to try that. There we go, there we go. Thank you very much, I like that. Now, hello. Here's the deal. When someone goes on stage, you applaud as loud as you can. That's the benefit of the doubt. Then they do what they do, and then it's up to you if you want to applaud a second time. So far, so good? That's the part where you know it. Yes, that's GDPR conform. Marvelous. Oh, this is going to be a fun day, I can tell. No, I'm just kidding. Now, we're going to move on, and we very much believe in your knowledge and your know-how and your abilities, and for that, I'd like to introduce my favorite tool. It's called Slido. And what I'd like you to do now is actually grab out your phones, pull out your phones now, and scan this beautiful QR code, because Slido is going to give you the ability to interact with us on stage and ask questions throughout the day. So this is your voice. I'll do the same. I know it's looking weird doing this. There we go. Hang on. I'll do it here. It's not working. And then you go to Slido, and then you can start asking the first questions. And the question here is, by the way, this is very important, you can select your rooms. Now you go there, if it's not working, go to slido.com #EBSCON24, and the first question is, where are you traveling from to attend EBSCON 2024? Where are you traveling from to attend EBSCON 2024? Graz. Okay, good. Well, that's obvious. Villach, Neuturga. Neuturga, that's very specific. I like that. Vienna, the Netherlands, Treufach, Steins, Wien, Ljubljana, Carinthia, St. Bartolomea, Andritz, Neuturgasse. So we see there's a strong Graz and Klagenfurt focus. Delft, the Netherlands. Einer großen Stadt an der Mur. Ja. Ja, I see what you did there. Auf die ich nicht näher eingehen möchte. Also die große Stadt an der Mur. Ich kenne mich aus. Okay, good. So Torino, there you go. Maribor, wow. Dresden, that's also good. So I can see this is already working quite well. 80 of you have gone so far. That's good. So we see a strong Graz and region focus. Now, the next question we'd like to ask you, that's coming up now, is how important is networking at EBSCON 2024 for you? Oh yeah, that's how polls work. I actually studied market research. So 61% of you say it's very important. I'm assuming 5 is the highest. I hope so. No, it is. And 60% of you say it's very high. Interestingly, 1% is currently saying that's not very important at all. I don't like people. I just have to be here. That's okay. That's a nice one. Okay, about 8% of you say, well, I kind of have to do it. I'm paid for that. Don't like it. Well, I just smile at random people. But that means at least 60% of you actually say, it's good to be here, and I'm very open for conversation. This is great. So again, Slido is going to be used throughout today, during every keynote. And here's the deal. During the keynotes, you can ask questions. You can read these questions. And the ones you think are good, you can upvote, or your own questions. And after every session, I'm going to do the Q&A with the people on stage. So those are your chances to interact throughout the day, as I said. So that's a good way. Slido seems to be working, and that's good. Now, we've got to know you, but you probably also noticed that I'm kind of okay-ish at getting you to clap. I'm okay-ish at getting information out of your nose, but what I haven't done so far is I actually haven't really welcomed you, because that's not really my core competence. But there's someone else who actually can do that really well, and we'll get him on stage now, and he's the CEO of the Silicon Alps cluster. Here's Robert Querer. Welcome on stage, Robert.
Hi. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
It's so good to be here. It's so good to see you. You're well?
Great to see you again. Yeah.
It's fantastic. Look, the topic for today, well, it's curiosity, right? And it's a beautiful word, but the topic for today was actually started last year, and it all started with Sabine Herrlichka and a loud laugh.
Yeah.
Tell us.
She was giggling. She said, you know, I have a challenge for you. So maybe you think of taking curiosity as a challenge for the next EBSCON. And we took the challenge. And it was great.
And so it all started last year here, and Sabine also apparently said, yeah, curiosity can take us quite a long way. We'll get to that. Oh, do you want to say it? She said it earlier in the press conference.
Yes, yes. As we could hear, for those who weren't in the press conference, it started with a doctoral thesis, and it ended up in all our mobile phones, at least every second mobile phone we have with 4 microphones in it, have silicium microphones in them. And it all started with the doctoral thesis.
And that's the beauty. One single curious mind can change the whole outcome of industries or maybe even the world. And I'd like to look into your curious mind, because also now a little conversation. You mentioned that you have a tendency of liking to take things apart.
Yes.
Ever since being a child.
Yep.
And that in 1976 you were given a cassette recorder and decided that thing has more potential.
Yes.
Talk us through that.
At that time, as you all can remember, we had the tiny cassettes, and video recorders had the big things. And I was wondering, how could it be possible to, get the video signal also on a tiny thing? Of course, since I was 8 years old, I didn't have the knowledge because I hadn't studied at the university before. And so I had some weird success with it. So I got some signals on the TV, but they didn't look like what I was expecting. But I tried hard.
How did your parents react to you taking things apart?
When I found out that I like to take things apart, for me the best Christmas presents were things that I could take apart. So, and that was always happening.
And did you get them back together again as well? Were you able to put them back together again?
Yes, so especially electronics things I put together again. So mechanical things I didn't put together again, so I let them stay apart as they were, like typewriters.
Okay, fair enough. But talk us further. Your curiosity stayed and led you a little further, also into even smaller parts and even more intricate abilities. Tell us about your career there.
Yeah, when I studied computer engineering at the University of Technology Graz, I very suddenly switched into the field of medical device engineering, and then I came to life science, and at that time, at the end of the 90s, something really new came up. It was, the first analogs of human insulin produced by a partner company. And they needed in Austria, the first 3 volunteers to take part in a clinical trial. And then, you were a little bit worried about what would happen with your body, because it was the first time, such a molecule was completely artificially built. So, you were a little bit nervous, but a good part of our group took place in a clinical trial themselves. Me including.
And did you survive?
Yeah, I survived. I didn't get a 6th finger, as you see. So everything is okay.
But I mean, I just have to ask, like, volunteering for medical tests, were you a little nervous?
Yes, of course.
But you still went like, okay, above and beyond, I got to find this out.
Yeah.
Who of you would volunteer in medical tests, just out of interest? So that's being really curious. It's going, so 4.75% of you say, great, we've got something set up outside. It's going to be amazing. No, I'm just kidding. But tell us even a little further. This was kind of also the beginning of quite an interesting journey.
Yeah.
Direction of insulin.
Yes, yes. It was quite an interesting part, because we then were not just working on medical devices. We were working on the development of drugs, the testing of drugs, but now I'm back, to my roots, computer engineering, electronics, here in the cluster, and I think today we will see a lot of magic.
And that's a beautiful word. Robert, it was a pleasure having you on stage. We'll have a lot of time together throughout the day. And you just mentioned the beautiful word of magic, because our next speaker on stage, thank you very much, Robert, has probably one of the longest titles, and we re-Christianed it last year. I'll give you the first title. He's of the Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. And last year we just said, okay, from now on we're simply going to call it the Ministry of Magic. Welcome on stage, Michael Wiesmüller. Welcome on stage, Michael.
Thanks a lot. Well, I can't remember having got such a charming introduction as you did. Thanks a lot, Ministry of Magic. Esteemed Regional Minister, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and guests, I've prepared a little introduction so that I don't speak too long. It's my honor, real honor, to welcome you here in the name of the ministry with the longest name in Europe, the Climate Ministry. You can call it Climate Ministry at this EBSCON conference. Well, no doubt we are living in times where it's becoming more and more evident that the importance of a cluster cannot be overstated. It's not just a geographical concentration of companies and academic institutions, but it's about ecosystems. It's about interactions of different stakeholders. It's about ideas meeting opportunities, problem setters and problem solvers. So this is very important that we have started some years ago to more think in systemic ways, thinking more into ecosystems, and a cluster, and your cluster definitely is among those configurations. As we gather here, we can say we find ourselves at the heart of an industry that is not only about technological progress, but it's somehow fundamental reshaping the landscape in various other industries. This industry, just let us remind us of this concept. This industry is a gatekeeper, a stakeholder of what we call, or they have called, key enabling technologies. Key enabling technologies. Technologies which enable other topics, which are not only valuable as their own, but they are valuable for others for in this enabling function. As you have followed by the media and the outlines of the next European Commission, the speeches of President van der Leyen, as you have seen from recent reports of Mario Draghi, the role of competitiveness in Europe is back on stage. And this is a very important element for not only for Europe, but also for this cluster. It's a call for the cluster as well. By pooling resources, sharing our knowledge, and leveraging our collective expertise, we can address these challenges, the challenge of competitiveness, and seize the opportunities that lay ahead. More on the national level, I would say, one of those central opportunities or challenges, more practical, has been a successful participation of Austrian community, Austrian ecosystem in one of the largest and most demanding program for this industry in the history of the European Union. I'm speaking of the European Chips Act. One of the key elements of this act involves the establishment of a national competence center. And I'm very pleased that after so many months and weeks, after discussions filled with uncertainties, some emotions, a well-coordinated Austrian consortium will be launched soon, hopefully. And in this consortium, the cluster will have an important role. So this is, I think it's a very important step that this cluster becomes more internationally positioned, that the visibility of our soil, the visibility of our ecosystem is more well known in Europe. The topic of this conference, curiosity, is a very, very nice one. I really like it. It may also reflect on kind of collective commitment from academic side, from the side of industry or research organization to harness the power that electronic and software-based systems may have as a key technology. Just another small aspect I wanted to mention as we navigate through the complexity of digital transformation. It's, I think, important that we also have an eye on ethical considerations and the social impact of our technological advancement. Our responsibility is a little bit more than only economic success. It should ensure that the benefits of our innovations reach all corners of our society. As we kick off this conference, I would like to invite each of you to engage fully, share your insights, your challenge assumptions, and of course build partnerships. We have seen on this geographical landscape participations coming from all regions of Austria and beyond. Last word to my ministry and a little bit this call for commitment. Of course, I have to say that we just recently had elections, as all of you know, and subject to the political decisions about the formation of new government. Subject to this, I can reassure you that our ministry, the section I'm working in, is very much committed to the programs, to the instruments that we have, and that we strongly push to even further enforce programs and measures that we have here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for the contributions that you will make. I'm very much looking forward to the discussions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Michael Wiesmüller. And we'll keep you on stage. We'll keep you on stage because we've got Barbara Eibinger-Miedl joining us now, the Regional Minister of the Federal State of Styria. Welcome on stage, Barbara.
Good morning, everybody, and a warm welcome to the EBSCON, and especially a warm welcome to all our international guests here in Styria, the so-called Green Heart of Austria. As Federal Minister for Economy, Science and Research, I'm really glad that the EBSCON once more takes place here in Graz, because it gives us the opportunity to underline once more the position of Graz and Southern Austria in this context. Because Southern Austria is one of the most important semiconductor regions in the European Union. And during the last years, we have been building together with Carinthia really an outstanding ecosystem with our Silicon Alps cluster that includes 140 partners, with our Silicon Austria Labs, research and development institution, and all the universities. And the key factor for our success is definitely collaboration. The collaboration between our universities and the private-run companies. But we also collaborate across borders, and I think this is the second most important key factor for our success. We really collaborate with Carinthia very successfully. Especially this cluster, who was built 8 years ago, is a best practice for collaboration across borders. And I think this collaboration across borders will become even more important, because in about 1 year, the new railway track called Kuralmbahn will be finished, and then it will be possible to commute between Graz and Klagenfurt, the capitals of Styria and Carinthia, in 45 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, that will change a lot. We are really sure that Styria and Carinthia will grow together to one common economic area. I think this is an extremely big chance for both federal states. And the Styrian government as well as the Carinthian government work strongly together to bring common projects and common initiatives on the way, because we want a win-win situation for both federal states, for Styria and Carinthia. And I'm convinced that the microelectronic sector, the semiconductor industry, will be one of the winners of this new common economic area that we will have in about 1 or 2 years. But besides that, we also need support. We need support from the federal ministry. We need support from the new government in Vienna. And we also need support from the European level. I think the European Chips Act that Mr. Wiesmüller already mentioned is a good instrument for that. But we also have to do our tasks here in Austria. We need better framework conditions for our industry. We need a strong focus on research, development, and innovation, also in the next years. And we need a clear commitment to microelectronics as a field of strength, as a core competence here in Austria. So I'm sure that together with my dear colleague, Gabi Schaunig from Carinthia, we will have a loud voice in Vienna to have a good new program of the next government where this field will have really much importance. So that's what we can do, ladies and gentlemen, but the most important people are you. We need your commitment, we need your engagement, and I would like to thank you for your work. I would like to thank you for being here today, because the EBSCON is also a good place for networking, for finding new projects, to learn to know each other. And so finally, I would like to say thank you to Robert Frere and the entire team of the Silicon Alps cluster for organizing this event. Have fun and stay curious.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much, Barbara. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much. I kindly ask you, over there we have something prepared for you. There you go. And we've also already had Gabi Schaunig mentioned. She would love to be here, however, she can't be here, and therefore she's prepared a video to get you into the right state of mind as well and to greet you. In this sense, the Deputy Governor of Carinthia, here is Gabi Schaunig.
Dear Barbara, dear Dr. Quera and team of the Silicon Alps cluster, dear partners and participants. My 3 favorite words are curiosity, opportunity, and possibility. I really like this quote of Mario Testino, because if you are curious, you can develop opportunities. And then, if a door opens, you can create possibilities. I hope I have aroused your curiosity what is behind this door. It is the meeting room of the Carinthian federal government. It's one of the rooms where new things are made possible. It's one of the rooms where we create new possibilities and new opportunities. We support and encourage the curiosity of researchers, entrepreneurs, and employees by assisting and funding their activities, and in many cases together with the Styria, such in the Silicon Alps cluster, the Silicon Austrian Labs, Ioneum Research, the European Semiconductor Regions Alliance, the Green Tech Cluster, and in our joint government meetings, where we want to further develop our regions with a positive view to the future, with curiosity and the creation of new opportunities. In order to facilitate and deepen such cooperations, we need platforms for exchange and encounters, such as created by the EBSCON. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend this year's conference in person, as I have a meeting with the Carinthian state government in this room at the same time. I wish you an exciting and inspiring conference, and stay curious.
And I bet she felt that applause as well. So that's a beautiful way also to end this with the words, stay curious. Now, there could be some of you who say, yes, curiosity, but that's kind of, I don't know, it's hard to grasp for me. And you go like, but, well, what's the economic impact of curiosity? I want some facts on that. And that's exactly the title of the next keynote. Economic impact of curiosity, the medical excellence and the innovation ed of Sanofi. Here is Astrid Heide Petersen. Welcome on stage, Astrid.
Thank you very much for inviting me here. It's really an honor to be the first one speaking about it and being the what on out. So I am Astrid Petersen, come from Sanofi. And what is Sanofi? Several people have asked me. Sanofi is a big pharmaceutical company. It's a global company that is especially specializing in the area of inflammation and immunology at the moment. So, global pharmaceutical company. I had the pleasure of spending time during my PhD in Graz, so I have a special heart for Graz in the area. And I really love coming back, and I love the innovation that I see here. I love the creativity, and I love to see how it's actually carried out. So I'm looking very much forward to sharing a bit with you today. So I have, as a background a little bit, so I'm from the medical side of things. I have a PhD in medicine, on a background on a technical level, and also a Master of Science. So what does that have to do with curiosity? First of all, I cannot make this one work. Now, next slide, please. Just for the sake of good order.
I'll just grab that off you. Maybe we can fix it.
Maybe I should turn it on.
Usually helps.
Let's see if it works. It does. So just for the sake of good order, conflicts of interest. I am an employee of Sanofi, pharmaceutical company. I was an employee of Leo Pharma and Novo Nordisk. I hold shares in Novo Nordisk, and I'm presenting my personal views today. So afterwards, also do feel free to come to me, and I'll be here during the whole day. The important thing is to never stop questioning. So this is a quote by Albert Einstein. And the interesting thing about curiosity is that it's a driver. It's one of the strongest forces that we have for driving everything in us internally as human beings. So curiosity is, for small children, the thing that actually developed them to learn, to walk, to talk, to engage. And here, even as adults, those are the ones that are driving us to try out new things, develop and learn. So very, very strong driving force. And there I just want to give you one inspiration and call for action. Today you'll get a lot of different input and sparks in. My encouragement will be that you take two things, two micro actions, you write them down during the day. What are you going to do when you get home? Can be as little as possible, but just two, and make it concrete. That will be my encouragement to you. So all of you know this. There's a lot of impact of curiosity. There are a number of inventions. Electricity. Google have done a lot on innovation as well. Post-its, internet, Tesla, and so on. What is common for most of these is that there is a driver, there's an urge to really understand something new, get to something new. But there's also the situation that if you have time and opportunities, you will be more creative. And some of these companies actually have in their plans set time aside, 15%, 20% of the time, to really ensure that there's time for innovation. That's one inspirational factor. But I'll come with a case from the pharmaceutical industry, and I'm sure that most of you know it. And while I'm just flipping through this one, you can start thinking, which one is it? So this is the curve. This is the market cap curve. It's a nice market cap development. That is an odd molecule, isn't it? This is the very persistent and curious lady named Lotte Bjerre Knudsen. Anyone knowing her? Yes, you do. This is another very persistent, very curious and innovative guy, Mads Krogsgaard Thomsen. And it's the company Novo Nordisk. It's a product called Ozempic and Wegovy, based on the compound called semaglutide. So most of you, I'm sure, have heard about either of these products. And with these products, Novo Nordisk is now the #1 largest value company in Europe. And I just, for the sake of completeness, I just want to flag that Eli Lilly has gone through a similar development in market cap due to the development of a similar product in the area. So it's a drug class called glucagon-like peptide, GLP-1 incretin class. So this is the whole background for leading to a wild economic increase for two companies. What we'll focus on today is Novo Nordisk. This is Mads Krogsgaard. Mads Krogsgaard is the most innovative and smart guy I have ever met in my life. He was for almost 30 years the executive president, scientific chief officer, head of R&D of Novo Nordisk. He was looking like a wild nerd, really the nerdy professor type, but I never met one so smart, innovative, and able to carry things through. And he had this dream that the GLP-1 class would be the #1 drug class, and actually it is more or less there today. So with this, you have basically all, I'm sure many of you have seen these headlines, Wegovy, weight loss, and so on. In the whole process, the whole thing about type 2 diabetes was forgotten, but there are headlines everywhere, US, Europe, Austria, Germany, everywhere. This has been a tremendous success and is a tremendous economical success for the company, where they, due to the right decisions, have really been showing strong development in value. A huge economical impact, and as you can see by the blue arrows, by the time of the approvals of these transformational products, it's really taken off. And I can just, why are these products so transformational? They have gone directly into an unmet need in the market. At this point in time, there was no treatment really that is efficient for people that are obese or overweight with heart conditions or similar. So for the first time, there was suddenly products that were helping people and really making a difference, and that is the reason for this. Wow, that's great. How difficult can it be? But back in the days, it was not that simple. So we know now that it's a huge success. We know now that it's amazing and it's financially really, so for Denmark as a country, we are depending on Novo Nordisk now. For good and for worse. It's amazing. But there was a lot of headwind back in the days. So just go one step back, because a little bit on the medicinal product or the molecule itself. Glucagon-like peptide is one of the molecules that are released in connection to a meal. When you eat, you have a number of hormones that are released. You have insulin, amylin, glucagon-like peptide, and others. They work in concert to ensure they have the right level of insulin, the right level of what you're eating, and it regulates your blood sugar. So the blood sugar stays stable. This is one factor in this. It is so that when this is then working on different receptors all over the body, it's leading to a regulation of your blood sugar, of your appetite, and a lot of other things. But those are the things that does that you are eating what you should be eating, you are not gaining weight, and that you are having the blood sugar you should be having. This is in the normal person. In people with type 2 diabetes, this is not always the case. And what is the difference between type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes? Type 1 diabetes is the one where you have an auto-response, where you are eating up your cells that are producing insulin, so you need to have insulin given. Type 2 diabetes, simplified, is you do have enough insulin, at least in the beginning, but your tissue is not ready to take it in, so you need something else. You have a dysregulated glucose homeostasis, so controlling in general. So there are a lot of things. GLP-1 is only working when you have blood sugar in your bloodstream. So that's why you're not going to have a too low blood sugar when you're getting GLP-1. So that was a little bit on the medical side of this, but that's important to understand why this is a success in this group. So GLP-1 was also seen, this is working. Diabetes, type 2 diabetes, regulating, decreasing the blood sugar. But there's one problem. It takes 1 to 2 minutes and it's out of the body. It's broken down by peptidases, so cutters, and then it's out. So what then? So if you want to develop this, you then need to find a way for this to stay in the body. And this is where Lotte Bjerre comes in. So GLP-1, so Novo Nordisk is a company that has traditional work with diabetes, and just like Robert was sharing, and here Lotte comes in. So they had one area that was insulins, then we experimented with GLP-1, and Lotte Bjerre, she was working in this field, company was not too interested, she went on maternity leave, and she come back, and gone was her team. So she came back, and then at that point in time, Mads Kolsgaard, these are some older photos, but they're very well showing him, they come back and say, okay, no team, no nothing. And they agreed, this is such a potential that why don't we find a solution? So she was given 1 year. And they went to the CEO, and they said, we need money for this, and said, you're not getting any money. This is altogether going too slow. So these two people are the reason we have this success today, and we have these products available from Novo Nordisk. Many times on that way, there was a decision to be taken. Do we stop or do we continue? And coming back to the 1990s, that was when they started with the formulation. In 1997, they had the first protected molecule that could stay in the body for 24 hours. Then you can start working with it. Then it has to be tested in healthy volunteers, just like you were describing. And what happened? They vomited like crazy. They were so sick. Oh my God. Is this a drug thing? Is it a dose thing? What is it? And that's development. So always is testing out first in healthy volunteers and in people in the right patient group. And in this case, this all happened, and they continued. Then they got the lab results. Sorry. The rodents showed tumors. And if there's one thing we do not want to see in pharma, and we do not want to see in our animal studies, that's cancer. So a long, long period here. And data came in, they were looked at, the management was saying this is too risky, we don't want to be in this field. They kept, and very much driven by Mads Kolsgaard Thomsen and by Lotte Bjerre, they continued in this. They really said, okay, even though this is not looking right, we know that this mode of action is right. We know it's right. We know that it will change lives for people. And they continued. They adapted the studies. They adapted the doses. They tested it out again. And slowly, the dose was right. The blood sugar was reduced for people with type 2 diabetes. But they were dropping weight. Usually, when people with type 2 diabetes are treated for the diabetes, they increase their weight. But suddenly it was seen that they were decreasing their weight. Is this an opportunity? Yes, it is. So they took that opportunity, started on the side of it a weight program, but going into weight management is not an easy thing. It's a high-risk thing. Liability along, thinking US, thinking obese people, thinking pharma, very, very tough. So they kept the focus. They decided to move on. At the point in time where the first data came up, I was in the company, and I was part and listened to many of these discussions about do we dare to move on or not. They decided to move on. So in 2010, the first compound, liraglutide, was approved for type 2 diabetes mellitus. They continued with the development because once every day is maybe doable, but it's not so attractive, especially if you go into the field of obesity treatment. So they now developed and was developing a molecule that could last longer. And semaglutide was then the molecule that they came out with that is lasting 1 week. But if you're developing a molecule that's lasting 1 week, if there are severe side effects, it's still lasting 1 week. So it's not just an easy thing. So you always have to have the right balance between your benefit and your adverse reactions. But they came out, and you know what? It was a modest success. They did not really have a lot of extra income, and it was a diabetes insulin product that was at this time the financial income source. It was not liraglutide. But they continued, and then Ozempic came on the market for type 2 diabetes, and then Wegovy came for obesity, and that is when it really, really took off. So had it not been for these two persons, we would not have seen this for Novo Nordisk. And that is where the curiosity and persistence comes in, because both of them were convinced there can be a molecule made that can last long enough. Even if we are seeing things, we are sure that we can actually do it. And they continued, and along the cancer, so I just want to comment on the cancer findings, they turned out to be irrelevant. They were not found in other species. There were a lot of tests done, and it turned out it was a specific rodent thing, but that you only know afterwards. So these two people did an amazing job, and I just want to flag or highlight one thing about Mads Krogsgaard-Thomsen, because he is truly amazing. He's now the CEO of the Novo Nordisk Foundation, so after almost 30 years he changed to the foundation, doing philanthropic work, working with a lot of different institutions, academias and so on. And that's why I just wanted to take this in. This was a good example. The development of the vaccines during COVID was a collaboration, and that worked because everybody wanted so. And right now, the Novo Nordisk Foundation are also now part of starting and driving an initiative to ensure that with academia, with technical solution, with industry, there is the right capacity and you can say the technology to develop vaccines at fast speed if we should get there again. So with that, I just want to encourage for all of you, foster curiosity and courage in your organizations, provide the opportunities and resources, do the due diligence, and be clear on your risk appetite. And then be sure to include a few people that are rebellious, that are not doing as they are told, but they should be brilliant, and then hold on to them and tolerate them in daily life. So thank you very much.
And thank you. Now, we have some time for Q&A, and as I said, we're using this tool called Slido. I'm going to have a look at the most popular questions, and I just want to point out, I like the way you also underline the importance of persistence. I like that a lot because, yeah, curiosity without persistence is pointless. To keynote number 1, what would be your 2 things you note at the end of the day?
So, first of all, I'm looking forward to learning even more. But one thing I already from a conversation this morning is noting down, I need to think even more about how to implement AI in daily work. So that's one thing. The other one I did already note down, but maybe I will change it during the day. That is the inspirational part of bringing different industries, different mindsets together, and thereby creating something new.
Great. Thanks for that answer. What strategies could you implement in your own environment to further foster curiosity and innovation?
Yes, this is a very good question because it's so easy to say, right? I would say I have tried really with my management or upper management to talk to I would really like to take out 20%. So we would allocate 1 day a week to whatever. Do I need to say I'm not successful? We're not there yet, but what we have done, which is shown really, really great, is that we have now meeting-free Fridays. So meeting-free Fridays means that you cannot have meetings planned in. You are still at work. Don't misunderstand. You're still at work, but you don't have meetings planned in. So you can spend the time on training, on having ad hoc meetings and so on, and it's helped a lot. So that's the feedback from people.
Just a quick question on the 20%. Is it performance-based? That's whoever's deciding says, look, the performance, the bonuses and so on?
No, this is the interesting thing, because I do think performance will be the same or even more or better. No, it's more about, no, this is too scary, because then we are reducing our working force with 20%. I don't agree.
Understood. I've had that debate a lot as well. I'm on your side. How important is it to create space for autonomous and passionate employees in your company, as mentioned in the presentation?
Yes. Oh, this is so difficult, because you know afterwards that it's so important to have these people and tolerate them. But you know also that if you have probably some of you have somebody in mind, if you have people that are too disruptive in an organization, it can also have a negative impact. So yes, you should tolerate, but you should also be careful who you tolerate.
And that brings us to the next question, where someone says, what do you mean by tolerate them in daily life? I think you were referring to the brilliant people.
Exactly, yes. What do I mean by that? That is that you accept that they are not following the company norm. And that is dangerous, because that is then setting an example for others. So be careful what you're nourishing. If it's a creative mindset and it's positive, it's a good inspirator. But if it's a negative, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that because I'm too brilliant, that's not the right thing. So you need to be careful and pick it out wisely.
Nicely put. How do you create passion?
How do we create passion? First of all, I think when we are hiring people, I think it's important that we are learning what is their motivation. And when people are taking up a new job, they need to understand what they are going to work with, and they need to be driven by an internal passion for what they're going to do. So that's the first thing, that's a framing. Then within the job, you need to ensure that people are allowed to be part of something that is driving them. That can be in smaller parts. If you have an employee that really loves, in my case, that really loves about reading new science from different areas, maybe you can then challenge this person to read about something and present it at a town hall meeting or something. It's about finding the things that are triggering.
Thank you very much, Astrid Heide Petersen. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, it's very important that it's on. Sorry about that. And thank you for engaging so strongly with Slido. And there you see, like, the earlier you ask the question, the higher the chances I actually get to ask it. So that was the economic impact of curiosity. And again, of course, 61% of you said networking is important. So you can further discuss all of these questions at a later point in time. And now we're going to move on to our next keynote, and this one is in fact remote, just to kind of keep you on the edge of your seats. However, Slido is going to be used the same way, because we'll have Joanna Heliskowski joining us shortly, and she'll be talking about sparking curiosity and shared ownership in co-innovation programs. Here's Joanna Heliskowski. So I bet we're working on that. You can hear her as well. And it'll be just sorted shortly. But that sometimes happens if you push the boundaries of curiosity, and sometimes things work, and sometimes it's just a question of time until they work. That's the beauty, because we learned curiosity is nothing without persistence. I'm just going to continue on telling you interesting stories until we actually have a sound, so it could be up to 19 minutes. I hope you've brought a lot of time. Out of interest, who of you has children? Raise your hand. Okay, that's 78% of you. The other ones, small humans, usually cute, sometimes shout at you for no obvious reasons. Mine is currently 3. It's amazing. You know that stage where everything's really cool until you by accident switch on the light and then all hell breaks loose. Or you just go to the elevator and then the day's ruined because you pressed the button. However, what I find so intriguing is this incredible curiosity the little ones have in them, and how I see it as my biggest challenge to maintain that curiosity. And I think this is a huge challenge we have as a society to keep that. That's why it's so good that we're here today, and to understand how we can spark this curiosity also in the ones who might not prioritize it. How are we doing on the sound? There's still work at the back, so that gives me even more time to talk, which is always cool. I'm hearing something. No, I'm not hearing anything. That's fine. We could have done more Slido at that point in time, but might as well. But that's okay. Interestingly, as something I've learned yesterday, and I wasn't aware of that, that 65% of all of you in this cluster here are actually SMEs, which is KMUs for the ones who are unsure about abbreviations, and 1/3 of them are startups. I have a bit of a heart for startups. Who of you is startup related? Raise your hand. That's not 1/3 of 61%. Are they all out there kind of crunching numbers or what? Okay, okay. And it was like half a mention. Okay, good. Oh, that took you a while. Okay, you were longer. Were you unsure if you were a startup or not? Stop. That's the beauty. True startup people are the ones that we go like, yep, and they just start pitching. That's just what happened right now. You got to tell us later on. But so what does it do? Does Office work? Okay, Office work with the VKO. That's your pitch? What's that? No, you don't have to pitch now. I was just understanding that's what your company does. A Werbeagentur. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about the pitching part maybe at a certain point in time. That's my second fun part. I really love the topic of pitching. I'm actually half Irish, half German. My wife is Colombian and my son is Austrian. It's kind of confusing. And I've been working, I'm a multiple founder. I'm the co-founder of something called Austrian Startups. It's a non-profit to make entrepreneurship as common as skiing in Austria. And for more than 12 years, I've been working in the field of pitching and teaching people how to pitch. And there's something, we got it? Kind of? Are we going to try? Yes, we're going to try. I like that. I was just going to tell you a great story, but there you go. Now, let's see if we have sound. Ready, steady, go.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, there we go.
Perfect. Good. So, shall I just start with the presentation?
Please do.
Oh, thank you. So, good morning again, participants of the EBSCON 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Jonna Heliskoski, Senior Lead from the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra. I'm truly honored to be here today and would like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to share with you our insights into sparking curiosity and shared ownership in co-innovation programs. Thank you for inviting me, and I heard excellent questions after the first keynote, so looking forward to those as well. But before going into our observations and learnings concerning my topic today, a few words about the Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra. The Finnish Innovation Fund Sitra was established by the Finnish Parliament in '67. It was a gift celebrating the 50th anniversary of Finland's independence. Our operations are actually funded by the investment income from the original capital received from the Parliament and the Bank of Finland. We are considered strategically independent think, connect, and do tank. However, we are officially still supervised by the Finnish Parliament. Our mission is to promote well-being of Finland and to accelerate economic growth within the limits of nature's carrying capacity. Our role has changed quite considerably over the years. For the first 20 years or so, Sitra was a R&D funder. For the next 20 years, we were capital investors and educators of the political leaders and civil service managers in Finland. Since 2010, our focus has shifted towards societal change-making. Currently, we are also increasing our R&D funding again, this time targeting particularly societal innovations, meaning innovations that have great societal value. Our role as a change maker is reflected in our spending, of which a major part goes into practical experiments and pilots. These are the co-innovation processes I shall discuss in more details with you. So, how to spark curiosity and shared ownership? And how do we advance societal changes in practice? Our approach to change-making includes 4 phases. We begin with the diagnosis. It is followed by the focus. Then we are ready for the experiments, which will be conducted in a fashion that supports the last phase, scaling forward. Let's look at each of these phases in more detail. Here we go. The next slide should be working. Perfect. In any co-innovation process, we need to have a shared North Star, a goal we wish to reach. A useful time frame for such a goal is 3+ years. The North Star goal doesn't have to be measurable, but it should be ambitious yet obtainable. And most importantly, it should require goal-oriented and systematic shared effort. If things happen without us, it's not a North Star. In order to focus on the right challenges, we need to understand the main reasons stopping us from reaching our goal. This is the diagnosis. A rule of thumb says that time spent in good diagnosis is spared manyfold in execution. After diagnosis, we are ready to build the bridge between our North Star goal and what should get done. For that, we use challenge-based strategy thinking by Richard Rummelt. In his excellent book from 2 years back, The Crux: How Leaders Become Strategists, Rummelt presents an idea that is both easy to understand and to apply in practice. Most importantly, we have found it very useful when deciding what to include in our programs and what to leave out. Here are some examples of sparking curiosity and building shared ownership in the diagnosis phase. What we usually do is that we engage stakeholders and not only the so-called usual suspects in problem scoping. In addition to inducing novel ideas, we are primarily interested in understanding the gaps and the opportunities to, for example, bring together actors and activities with innovative solutions. We are currently also looking into opportunities to utilize AI for that purpose. AI has a lot to offer in terms of shared ownership building. For example, we have plans to experiment how, let's go back here. We have planned to experiment how a startup, a growth company, or researcher could use AI when aiming to map innovation networks to identify gaps and opportunities to contribute. Also, we are interested in understanding how AI could support looking beyond the obvious, widening the perspective. Then to the second phase, and that's all about focus. Without going into detail about the challenge-based method, I will only conclude that it enables us to name usually 3 most important challenges we need to tackle during the next 18 months. Challenges can be both problems we need to solve or opportunities we should grasp. 18 months, a year and a half, is long enough time to get something done. Simultaneously, it's short enough to awake the sense of urgency. It's easy to see that you really cannot spend the first 6 months just planning. You need to go to action, and that's the wisdom of the time frame. After naming the challenges, we focus on each one individually. For each challenge, we identify key stakeholders we need to come along to succeed. This means in practice network building, but not in general. We need networks which match our concrete change or innovation objective. And finally, we align stakeholders' missions, tasks, and resources to build shared ownership. Interestingly, an effective way to spark curiosity in this phase is by showing how things get done. We're usually rather skilled in goal setting and have good readiness in discussing our competencies and activities in great detail. Where we lack in execution is in bridging those two. In impact thinking, we talk about matching our outputs with the desired outcomes. For this, we use OKRs, objectives and key results. In addition to having 18 months perspective to challenges, we set annual objectives. They describe the benefits and the value we need to produce to others, namely to our stakeholders. In other words, objectives do not tell what we do, but rather what are the effects from our actions. To allocate resources across collaboration networks, we then use quarterly key results. They are always measurable and verifiable. From key results, we induce weekly tasks and resource management needs. In practice, how to get things done is all about strategic governance. You cannot really emphasize enough the importance of mission alignment. We need to build shared ownership and trust among those involved in the process. Instead of forcing our agenda on others, we should begin by understanding our stakeholders' perspectives, their goals, their dreams, their needs. Mission alignment is a process of making shared goals desirable to different stakeholders by helping them to succeed in their own endeavors. I would argue that some of the challenges ESG and the wider sustainability agendas are currently facing in the US, for example, result from the sustainability practices being unattained from the main operations of business. Let's see, the right slide should be there again. This means that sustainability doesn't have or is not considered to have significant business effects. It's not seen material to key operations, and this is a great challenge indeed. The key learning here is to avoid being non-essential. Whatever your innovation or change agenda is, know your stakeholders truly and highlight the benefits they receive and your agenda's connections to their goals and needs. After focus, we continue to the actual experiments. What we aim to do is to build a culture of using experiments in everyday work, environments. By experiments, we mean systematic practices to innovate and learn. You may have noticed that change and innovation leadership discussions have lately begun to emphasize the importance of everyday collaboration and rapid experiments as main sources of innovation. This is also one of the reasons why we talk so much about the importance of creating psychological safety to support employees' willingness to experiment. Sometimes simple things, such as seeing the familiar from a new perspective, may be enough. Small changes in perspective may have a great potential effect. Based on our experience, we tend to address contractual needs and immaterial property rights, IPRs, only after we have a relatively concrete understanding of the potential innovations. We would argue that this is too late. Contractual questions and IPRs play a major role in building trust and shared ownership among stakeholders. It is therefore preferable to bring those questions to the table from the very beginning. The third similar topic concerns impact financing, particularly in the domain of societal innovations. Financing the scaling phase requires securing financing from multiple sources with varying requirements. Impact investing and outcome sourcing offer good opportunities, but require quite a lot of knowledge to capitalize on. Let's see. Here we go. During the experiment phase, we put quite a lot of effort into sparking curiosity by sharing insights and opening opportunities to contribute. Our aim is to expand our collaboration networks to prepare for the scaling phase. Even though each experiment or co-innovation process is likely to produce value, either in a form of innovation or as learnings, there is additional value attached to the bigger picture. Many of our co-innovation programs include a number of experiments under one shared theme or challenge. It's therefore useful to model and visualize the system level logic for value creation. The model plays two roles. First, it helps to position the current experiments to the overall picture and reveals gaps and new opportunities. And second, it highlights potential synergies and motivates deepening collaboration between different experiments and stakeholders. Then to the fourth phase, which is called scaling forward. By scaling forward, we simply mean that after each step of experiments, we need to revisit our challenges and see where we need to focus next. Creating contractual and financial basis for scaling is a major part of ownership building. But value is in looking forward, accelerating the change, learning and modifying practices based on first-hand experiences. We spark curiosity by showcasing value and revisiting challenges to update the path forward. Just to sum up, how to spark curiosity in co-innovation programs. You need to engage stakeholders in problem solving. Look beyond the usual suspects. Then you need to show how it's done. Demonstrate your ability to move from words to action. Thirdly, share insights and novel opportunities. And finally, create additional value with spillovers and revisit the challenges. Then the question of how to build shared ownership. For this, utilize AI to find gaps and opportunities. Ensure materiality become essential to your stakeholders. Model and visualize system-level logic and benefits. This motivates to deepen collaboration. And lastly, create contractual and financial basis for scaling. So this is our approach to advancing societal changes in practice. Thank you for this opportunity and your attention. Stay curious. I think we may have a few minutes for questions or comments for you. So thank you and looking forward to your insights as well.
And thank you. And indeed, we have time for a couple of questions. I believe we'll do 2 or 3. How does Citra manage challenges when different stakeholders have varying visions of innovation and societal change? That's a good one.
Absolutely, an excellent question. That's one of the reasons why we put quite a lot of effort in the diagnosis phase, just to make sure that different stakeholders engaging us or collaborating have similar type of understanding of the challenges we need to tackle and the root causes. So that's one of the ways to find shared platform to find a common ground. But afterwards, instead of like forcing all the different perspectives together, we try in our processes to enable each stakeholder to advance also their own endeavors, own goals. So there's a balance you should find between shared objectives, shared activities, and the ability for each stakeholder on its own advance similar kind of goals individually as part of the ecosystem. So it's a balancing act which we are trying to learn in every program we do. Excellent question.
Thank you. And as last question, and again, there's a ton of questions, but we'll just do these 2. Can you share any specific examples of co-innovation projects that were particularly successful and why?
Also a good one. We have number of such projects ongoing, and I think the most, without naming one particular project, I would say that those which I consider most successful share one particular aspect, and that is that if you look at the theme or the analysis, diagnosis in the beginning of the process, the extent to which during the innovation and co-innovation the network or the stakeholders have been able to learn from action, like revisit and rethink what the challenge is all about and where could we find actually the right ways to solve the problems we are, or create new opportunities. The openness and the curiosity in the within the process and during the process, those are the hallmarks, I would say, that describe the most successful co-innovation processes we have had. We have had many of those, but this is something also we are learning as we go along. So how can we facilitate and support such learning within and during the co-innovation?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being with us and answering all these questions so openly. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much, and bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Now, let's move on to our next point. And before we get to start this, I just want to finish my story I was telling. So I said I'm half Irish, half German, and so on, and blah, 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 and that I've lived in Austria now for more than 26 years. I love Austria. What word is going to follow now? But. There's one thing I noticed, but. Austrians love titles. Austrians are mad about titles. And I figured out if you do something long enough, you eventually get a title. So I did all my pitch trainings for more than a decade, and eventually I was awarded the title, the pitch professor from the TU Vienna. It's a cool thing. It's not really a real title, but kind of. And the funny thing is, I wasn't aware of that. This title comes with another thing I discovered about this region. There are people that pronounce the P's and the B's in a very similar fashion. Yes, and if someone announces you and says he's called the pitch professor and he's seen more than 10,000 pitches in the past decade, yes, that title does become somewhat challenging. Anyhow, what I'm going to do now is I really enjoy this whole pitching topic, and I have the privilege of adding 18 more pitches to things I've been able to observe, because we're going to get to our point of cue pitching. Now, what's cue pitching? We are going to have our exhibitors pitch what they actually do. We'll have 18 different pitches in succession, and they only have 60 seconds time. So it's like standing in a queue and pitching, very British in a way. And after 50 seconds have elapsed, we'll have an acoustic signal. We might have that somewhere. Do we have it? No, not yet. But you'll hear it, you'll discover it. And after 60 seconds, I have to jump in and cut it out. It's going to work, it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a great way to engage in really strong networking afterwards. And I have to excuse myself already if I interrupt you after 60 seconds. That's my job, and I really enjoy it. In that sense, it's the best part. Let's start with the cue pitching, and the first team that's going to join me on stage is NXP. Where are you? Hello. Now, before we get started, so you heard the rules, you're a big man, so when the bell goes and I stand next to you, just don't give me the microphone, we pass it on to the next one. Yeah, okay, good. Now, without any further ado, whenever you're ready, the stage is yours. Let's go.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. My name is Michael Leitner. I join here for NXP together with a great team. We have brought an interesting topic, which we are very proud of. We picked it carefully. There is a demo, there is a speech in the afternoon, and if you're even more curious, today in 2 weeks, Silicon Alps Cluster have organized a visit to NXP Austria and GradCon. You see much more details. Happy for a discussion. Again, thank you very much for coming.
Wow, that was efficient. Thank you very much. Pleasure. And right over there, thank you. That was number one. Let's move on to number two. Be produced. That's interesting. Maybe we can get number three, who is Silicon Alps Austria Labs, also on the ready. Stage is yours whenever you're ready. Go.
Thank you very much. My name is Wilfried. I'm CEO of Be Produced. We have nothing to do with honey, but bees are very good at doing things, and I hope we are too. We are building up a network of producers, electronics producers in Europe. We're the first digital marketplace for electronics manufacturing. So if you search for someone to assemble your PCBs from prototype to small and medium series, you can find it through our marketplace, through our platform. You can upload your PCB data and are matched with fitting producers. So right now we're building up our network. We have already some producers in Austria and in Germany, as well as in Croatia, trying to extend this network to whole of Europe. And through us, you can find easily and without time-consuming efforts the fitting producers, and can also exchange more information through the platform. That's what we do. We're out there, and happy to talk to you.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. Silicon Austria Labs is next. Hello and welcome on stage. Here is your microphone.
Thank you.
There you go. And the stage is yours.
Hello, my name is Hanno from Silicon Austrian Labs, a research center for electronic and software-based systems. If you want to know why our researchers are burning wood in their labs, how you can sense without sensors, and why we are giving you your tax money back, come and see us at our booth. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you very much. That was very efficient. Now let's move on to Storywise. Here is your microphone, Storywise. Very dynamic. There you go. Stage is yours.
Thank you. So just as architects need a software to plan a house, software architects need a software to plan their software. That's what Storywise is, if you've never heard of requirements engineering before. If you heard of it before, then just you have to know it makes your work easier, faster, you get a better output at the end, and it's just structuring all these texts you get from your customers that were just anything before. You can sync it directly to Jira, you can output it as a PDF or docx, whatever you need, it just makes your life easier. And if you know requirements engineers, and if you like them, just tell them about it. It will make their life better. So if you want to see it in action, it really works. Just come outside. We're just across the door with Storywise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll grab that. And now we're moving on to High Tech Netherlands. High Tech Netherlands. There you are. Hello. There you are. Good to see you again. We met in the elevator yesterday.
Indeed, we did.
Indeed, we did.
Yes. Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, all. I'm Tom from High Tech NL. We're a similar organization like Silicon Alps, so thank you, Robert, for the invitation to be here today, which also means that we do similar jobs within the Netherlands. So we know the Dutch high-tech ecosystem, and for us it's 4 clusters: life science, energy, robotics, AI, and semiconductors. So in case you would like to talk to any Dutch company, please feel free to join me. And what we can do, I've heard it before, is startup projects, be curious, invent new things. That's what we do and support from High Tech NL internationally. European Competence Center has been managed before. We will do a similar job like Silicon Alps within the Netherlands. So I suggest let's have a chat outside. I can tell you a lot more about the projects we lead, and let's see for new projects. Thank you.
And thank you very much. Take care. Cheers. And now we're moving on to Multivative. Multivative. Did I get that right? Yeah, kind of. Okay, good. There you go.
Developers at some point want to test whether the stuff they came up with actually work in practice. Mechanical engineers, therefore, would simply 3D print their parts, but in electronics, it's a bit more complicated. You need a lot of know-how and various different machines to come to a testable prototype. So therefore, companies commonly outsource the production to other companies, and that leads to high manufacturing costs and very long waiting times. And the long waiting times is very critical, because then you delay the whole development process, and logically that leads to a later market start. We at Multivative solve this problem. Our machine combines all the various tools that are required and the know-how in one machine, and therefore development teams can produce the prototypes in-house. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well done. Cheers, buddy. And now let's move on to Clean Room Technology Austria. Servus. Hello.
Hello, my name is Steve Wade, and I'm from Clean Room Technology Austria. We focus on clean rooms, meaning we plan them, we build them, we measure them, as well as also maintain them. We like to deal with tricky and also customized issues within a clean room. So if there's anybody interested in talking about clean rooms, we are just outside the door here, and we would be pleased to meet you there. Thank you very much.
Marvelous. Thank you, Steve. Cheers. Wirecube Electronics is next. Wirecube Electronics. There you go. Cheers.
Hello everyone, my name is Fabian Luttenberger. I'm founder of Wirecube Electronics, where we do embedded development for our customers. And we are specialized in industries like automotive and retail. And be aware, we're not just another electronic design company. We learn for our parent company, Wirecube, how to apply agile development methods also to hardware development. And the thing is, since our group, Wirecube, is specialized in AI development, I can assure you we are not working on technology that will take over the world, but hopefully your product. So, hope to see you outside at our stand. Thank you.
I see what you did there. Thank you very much. Next up, Ames Osram. Osram, there you are. Hello. That's the part where you applaud. Hello.
Hello, I'm Katharina from AMS Osram, and we are a pioneering company offering smart light and sensor solutions. Our slogan is Sense the Power of Light. and we want to deeply understand the full potential of light, and we harness its full spectrum, so the visible and invisible parts, offering applications in medical, automotive, industry, and lighting. And today we brought 2 demos, one for UVC light disinfection of water, and another one with different LEDs and sensors to monitor your health parameters. So come by and check it out.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, that's working quite well so far, isn't it, with the cue pitching? Well done, all of you, so far. Next up is DIH Süd. Hello, I hope I got that right as well.
Hello, I'm Sonja Olegrika from Digital Innovation Hub Süd. Do you know what the Digital Innovation Hub Süd is? We support SMEs in the digital transformation. How do we do that? Our partners offer different events for the SMEs. These are information events, qualification workshops, and also digital transformation lessons. And all these activities are free to the SMEs. So if you want to get more information, please contact me in the exhibition area and inform you how we can benefit you. So thank you for your attention. See you later.
Thank you so much. Cheers. That's 10 down and 8 to go. Next up is Coyero. Or is it Cogero? No, Coyero. Hello. I know you from last round. Hello.
So Markus Bister is my name. I'm the founder of and Coyero, a daughter company from Cisco Semiconductor. Coyero is for tourist regions, cities, shopping centers, and larger companies. We have received an innovation award in the past, and actually what we do, Coyero is a digital platform that collects different informations from collaborative and cooperating service providers to create new revenue streams and to create new business models. So how we do that, we collect the offerings, make them visible, make them bookable. You can pay for it and redeem them directly at the place of operation. What is the benefit compared to existing platforms? Obviously mobile, but individualization. We have AI to analyze your behavior and utilize localizations to bring the best benefit to the users for the benefit of our customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next is Joanneum Research. Joanneum, there you are. Hello. Applause. Sure, you can. There you go. I'll just
all the way.
Go for
in
it.
a minute. So, hi everybody. My name is Daniele Cozzi. I am a member of the business development team at Joanneum Research. Joanneum Research is a public research institute in the south of Austria, but with a strong international focus and network. Our mission is to provide innovation services to help companies and public institutions effectively bring new products and services to the market. We carry out applied research in the business areas of production and manufacturing, mobility, health and care, space, security and defense, and of course, environment and sustainability. We have extensive expertise in the development of artificial intelligence-enabled sensors, including machine vision, intelligent acoustic solution, in cybersecurity applications, and software in the domain of explainable artificial intelligence, and much more. You can visit us outside. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Cheers, well done. And now ST Microelectronics. Where are you? Over there. Hello there. Stage is yours. You're welcome.
Hello, good morning. I'm Wolfgang from ST Microelectronics Austria. We are here since 2016. ST Microelectronics is a worldwide acting company focusing on electronics in automotive, industry, smart home and consumer communications. We here in Graz, we are focusing on NFC technology what else in this area, and also ultra-wideband. Yeah, we are here to participate in this great ecosystem of engineers, electronics, technology, universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great branding for the region is that we do NFC here. I mean, what else, right? That's a good one. Now we're moving on to WeGenix. There you are. Hello. Hi.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm Brigitte. I'm the founder of WeGenix, and we created a product, Team Wave. It's all about leadership. What's in it for you? I guess it depends what leadership means to you. And we are wondering, do you think that leadership is a critical issue to your company success? And then we come to a critical point, do you have enough time to do so? So if you're interested, we have a solution with low effort and very high impact. We are outside looking, just look out for Team Wave. We are there, you're heartily welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we're moving on to pitch number 15, EMBIQ. Did I get that? No, probably not. Let's find out. Hello.
It's a glitch, or actually, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Or my favorite, strange that works on my machine. Have you ever heard any of those from engineering? Well, you probably have. Hello everyone, I'm Alexei Shabalovsky, head of EMBIQ, the enterprise managed by the Beauty of Innovation and Quality. We provide quality, innovative software development solutions for almost 15 years now. We're just around the corner. Drop by or meet me somewhere here around. I will be happy to explain how we do that. And actually bring your challenges. So we're going to have some quality time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexei. Pleasure. Cheers. And now we're moving on to the Materials Center Leoben. Hello.
Hello, I'm Werner from the Materials Center Leoben. I'm here together with Elke. We provide services, material-oriented services to industry and research to industry and to society. We like to make experiments, so I will make a short experiment. Please close your eyes. Now imagine what happens if I ask you to come here to the podium. Not an easy task. Open your eyes again. Now you know what MCL does. We open the eyes if it comes down to material-oriented problems, and we try to help our industry to come to the podium at an international level. So visit us at our stand.
Thank you very much. Now we're moving on to TDK. TDK, there you are. Hello. There you go.
Hello everyone, my name is Markus. I'm from TDK Electronics in Deutschlandsberg. We are working on developing and manufacturing electroceramic-based elements, components, and systems. Yeah, we are belonging to the TDK Corporation. There was once the motto, you don't see us, but we are everywhere. If you're interested in these kind of elements, which are very small, that you don't see them, like dust, or as large as a 4-inch element, please come, let's go outside, discuss about it, let's see where we can cooperate, find new solutions, and stay curious. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers. And finally, Aurelia Academy. Aurelia Academy. Aurelia Academy is probably something you can Google, and that's great. And they're also the proud sponsors of the Next Minute, bringing you closer to your lunch break, which is good. Use the lunch break for networking, of course. Think about the matchmaking you signed up before, and make sure to be back here at 12:30 for the EBSCON for Pioneers. This part is going to be in German, and at 1:30 we'll have the bar camps. In that sense, thank you very much, and see you shortly. Bye-bye.
The perfect city. Does it exist? What would it be like? What would it offer? The perfect city is full of life. Deeply rooted in its region, it acts as a door to the world. This city is the perfect location for the small ones who live out their dreams with their boundless entrepreneurship. For the big ones, the global players who lead world markets with their technologies. For the creative, who daily reinvent the city with their ideas. For the innovative, who conquer the future with their ambition. This city shows tradition and modernity. This city is stylish, creative, and visionary. The perfect city is alive and still lets you slow down. This city is open-minded, welcoming, and invites you to explore. This city plans for tomorrow. It educates and trains. It is young, dynamic, and brimming with students. It is curious and creates knowledge. The perfect city is strong. Strong when it comes to biotechnology. Strong when it comes to energy. Strong when it comes to sustainability. Strong when it comes to our environment. In a perfect city, local recreation is actually local. You can feel life. It is mobile and easy to get around. It is full of lifestyle and is rich in culture. It wants to be enjoyed. It wants to be experienced. This is my city. This is Graz.
In 2013 hebben een aantal ondernemers in Nederland gemeend dat er voor de high-tech-industrie een samenwerkingsverband moest ontstaan tussen bedrijven en kennisinstellingen om gezamenlijk het vakgebied verder te brengen. Als je kijkt wat de high-tech-industrie uniek maakt in Nederland, is het twee dingen. Het ene is het vermogen om goed samen te kunnen werken. Dat is een cultureel gegeven. Dat is een competitive advantage wat Nederland heeft, wat je moet uitnutten. En eigenlijk zou je die moeten combineren met de beschikbaarheid van kapitaal, van investeringen, om nieuwe high-tech te ontwikkelen. Nou, dat tweede vlak, daar is Nederland van nature niet zo goed in. We zijn meer een volk van handelaren dan van investeerders. Gelukkig is dat aan het verbeteren en daarvan is het Groeifonds een heel belangrijk instrument. En ik ben ook erg gelukkig dat we nu met het Groeifonds ook high-tech projecten kunnen gaan doen die op de lange termijn het verdienvermogen van Nederland overeind houden en die zich richten op een aantal maatschappelijke uitdagingen waar Nederland echt een oplossing voor nodig heeft. Het Next Gen High-Tech Equipment programma, waar wij gelukkig een stevige rol in mogen spelen, is echt de oplossing voor datgene wat ik bij mijn aantreden als de grootste zwakte van Nederland zag. En ik ben dus erg blij dat dat project nu aan het lopen is. We hebben de robotica-partijen bij elkaar gebracht. Dat is Holland Robotics geworden en dat robotica-cluster bouwen we nu verder uit. En dat betekent dat we initiatieven nemen om partijen uit de robotica bij elkaar te halen. Samen een voorstel te maken, daar ook een subsidieproject aan vast te knopen. Daarmee verdubbelen we de impact van die samenwerking. En dat is een goed voorbeeld van hoe je met partijen bij elkaar verder komt. Inmiddels zijn er toch een kleine 100 partijen.
Ja, sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, ich darf Sie zu einer ganz besonderen Session begrüßen, nämlich EBSCON for Pioneers. In dieser Session möchten wir junge Talente vor den Vorhang holen und sie ein wenig mitnehmen in die Welt der Next Generation. Mein Name ist Sandra Derler, ich bin Geschäftsführerin der Firma Accessus und auch der IT-Community Styria und darf Sie eben durch diesen Track begleiten. Ja, was erwartet Sie? Wir werden 5 junge Talente sehen, die sich dann auch selbst vorstellen und ihre Projekte, Startups und Challenges für uns pitchen werden. Und im Anschluss daran wird es eine Podiumsdiskussion geben, wo auch Ihre Fragen in den Mittelpunkt rücken. In diesem Sinne möchte ich gar nicht zu viel Zeit verlieren und darf die jungen Talente gleich auf die Bühne holen. Bitte begrüßen Sie mit mir Adrian Davis, Maximilian Birnbacher, Sarah Nöbauer, Lilian Holler und Philippos Mazzaris. Gut. Wir starten gleich mit einer Vorstellungsrunde. Darf ich dir gleich das Mikro übergeben, Sarah?
Hallo, ich bin die Sarah Nöbauer und ich bin momentan Studentin an der JKU für AI und darf euch dann im späteren Verlauf die Europäische Cybersecurity Challenge vorstellen.
Danke.
Ich bin der Maximilian Birnbacher und ich bin jetzt zurzeit bei der Infineon Technologies als Red Teamer und nebenbei noch Zivildiener und Obmann vom Verein ALPSEC für Cybersecurity. Und ich werde euch nachher etwas über die Austrian Cybersecurity Challenge erzählen.
Hi, ich bin der Adrian. Ich bin momentan Student auf der WU Wien für Wirtschaftsrecht und nebenbei habe ich Meshara gegründet.
Hallo, ich bin Lilian. Ich arbeite gerade an einem Startup. Wir machen einen Co-Piloten für Psychotherapeutinnen und ja, das werde ich später auch pitchen.
Hallo, ich bin Philippos, ich bin Absolvent der Hartl-Mössinger-Straße. Ich bin heute hier wegen meinem Projekt Threat Detector with Elastic.
Super, danke euch. Dann darf ich gleich dich bitten, Adrian, dass du mit deinem Pitch startest. Ihr habt alle 3 Minuten Zeit und werdet auch ein akustisches Signal hören, wenn diese 3 Minuten vorbei sind. Bitte, the stage is yours.
Okay, also überlegt einmal, wie oft ihr täglich eigentlich eure Bank nutzt. Kreditkartenzahlungen, Überweisungen oder euer Geld anlegen. Und jetzt stellt euch vor, wie euer Leben aussehen würde, wenn ihr kein Bankkonto hättet. Die einzige Möglichkeit zu zahlen wäre bar und euer Vermögen könnt ihr nirgendwo sicher anlegen. Das klingt gar nicht so toll, oder? Aber jetzt überlegt einmal, wie viele Leute auf der Welt genau in dieser Position momentan stehen. Jeder 5. auf der Welt, das sind 1,7 Milliarden Leute auf der Welt, haben gar kein Bankkonto. Das Einzige, was sie haben, ist ihr Bargeld, unsichere Zahlungssysteme oder Zahlungssysteme, die auf reinem Vertrauen basieren. Die Systeme, die wir hierzulande nutzen, sind auf teure Infrastruktur angewiesen, die die meisten der 1,7 Milliarden schlicht nicht haben. Und wie viele mehr haben keinen guten Zugang zu ihren Finanzen? Noch viel, viel mehr. Hier kommt Meshara ins Spiel. Wir bieten eine sichere und kostengünstige Finanzdienstleistungsplattform an, die komplett ohne diese natürlichen Netzwerke, zum Beispiel wie das mobile Netz, funktionieren, also komplett off-grid. Um eine Meshara-Applikation national auszurollen, reden wir hier von einigen 100.000, vielleicht Millionenbeträgen, aber definitiv von keinen Milliardenbeträgen, also viel günstiger. Meshara ist weiters dazu konzipiert, dass es in Krisenregionen eingesetzt wird, sprich den Leuten Zugang zu ihren Finanzen gibt, die ihn noch nie hatten oder ihn am dringendsten brauchen. Und mit so einer Plattform schaffen wir auch eine gute Grundlage für eine nachhaltige und stabile Wirtschaft, nachdem sich die Lage in der Region etwas beruhigt hat. Banken, Gelddienstleistungsservices und Transferservices wie beispielsweise Western Union oder ähnliche sind zwar bereits etablierte Marktführer in verschiedensten Märkten, aber wir differenzieren uns klar einerseits natürlich durch kostengünstiger und systemunabhängig von diesen Märkten, jedoch auch dadurch, dass unser Netz nicht nur für die Finanz benutzt werden kann, sondern beispielsweise auch, um Rettungskräfte zu alarmieren oder sogar zu koordinieren in den verschiedenen Regionen. Das zeichnet uns wirklich aus. Und neben diesen anderen Applikationen zeichnet sich Meshara auch dadurch aus, dass wir, jetzt bin ich ein bisschen rausgekommen, dass wir im Gegensatz zu den anderen Mesh-Alternativen, die es bereits gibt, keine Skalierungsprobleme haben. Also unser Netz landesweit wirklich schnell, ohne riesige Latenz, Daten übertragen kann. Eben nicht nur Finanz, sondern alle möglichen Daten. Eigentlich wollte ich noch viel mehr erzählen, aber da die Zeit schon fast aus ist, würde ich mich sehr bedanken für Ihre Zeit und bitte vernetzen Sie sich mit uns, falls Sie mehr Informationen brauchen. Vielen Dank.
Danke dir vielmals. Ja, als nächstes ist der Maximilian dran. Genau, falls du den Drücker brauchst, der liegt da.
Okay, so, das heißt, wir haben noch ein paar Slides, durch die wir durchklicken können. Genau. Das war kein Problem. So, okay, also, was ist ein CTF? Unter CTF versteht man in der Cybersecurity einen Hacking-Wettbewerb. Bei so einem Hacking-Wettbewerb treten Teams gegeneinander an und lösen Aufgaben. Und derjenige, der die Aufgaben schneller oder mehr Aufgaben löst, gewinnt. Die Teams müssen sich allerdings dabei auch taktische Überlegungen machen, wie sie das Ganze angehen, um besser zu sein als die anderen. CTFs bieten einen leichten Einstieg, der vor allem spielerisch und sehr günstig in den Bereich der Cybersecurity ist. Die Austrian Cybersecurity Challenge ist eine nationale CTF, die seit 14 Jahren in Österreich ausgetragen wird. Organisiert wird diese von der Cybersecurity Austria unter der Leitung von Joe Pichelmeier und sie findet jedes Jahr während der IKT-Sicherheitskonferenz vom Bundesheer statt. Die Qualifikation ist online und frei zugänglich und es wird aufgeteilt in 3 Altersklassen. Bis 20 Jahren spielt man als Junior, 20 bis 25 Jahre als Senior oder Student und alles über 25 Jahre ist die offene Klasse oder auch die Staatsmeisterschaft. Um eben ein Skill Gap zwischen den verschiedenen Alters- und Wissensstufen nicht zu haben, gibt es eben diese Alterseinstufungen. Die Austrian Cybersecurity Challenge und viele andere CTFs und Hackingvereine in Österreich tragen immens dazu bei, dass sich die Cyberlandschaft in Österreich gestärkt wird, dass neue Talente dazukommen und dass bereits bestehende Experten ihr Wissen vertiefen können. Und falls es Sie das jetzt alles ein bisschen Interesse geweckt hat, wir von der ganzen Community suchen aktiv immer nach Investoren und Teilnehmer für sowohl die Austrian Cybersecurity Challenge als auch für andere CTFs oder auch unsere Vereine. Vielen Dank.
Danke dir, Max. Als nächstes ist Sarah dran, genau.
Und jetzt sammeln wir die Talente nicht nur von Österreich, sondern aus ganz Europa. Ich hatte letztes Jahr im Oktober die Chance, in Norwegen an der Europäischen Cybersecurity Challenge teilzunehmen. Und auch dieses Jahr bin ich wieder im Nationalteam in Italien, nächste Woche. Die European Cybersecurity Challenge ist aus der österreichischen entstanden. Das bedeutet, Österreich ist in diesem Gebiet wirklich Vorreiter. Sie gibt es seit 10 Jahren, wobei schon 3-mal Österreich auch Sieger war. Wir haben 28 teilnehmende Länder zu je 10 Spielern unter 25 Jahre alt. Das bedeutet, die größten Talente Europas in diesem Bereich lernen sich schon jung kennen und vernetzen sich. Denn mit diesem gemeinsamen Interesse ist es schwer, sich keine Freunde zu suchen in diesem Umfeld. Die Stimmung dort ist auch nicht wirklich so kompetitiv. Natürlich tritt man gegeneinander an und will der Beste sein, aber untereinander ist es immer freundschaftlich und es ist dann auch immer spannend zu sehen, dass dann seine Freunde, Bekannte wirklich auch für Google Chrome, Safari, also bei den weltgrößten Unternehmen in diesem Bereich auch Sicherheitslücken finden und diese dann in den Updates auch namentlich genannt werden. Deswegen sind auch sogenannte Bug-Bounty-Programme von Firmen immer gern gesehen, dass wir auf legale Weise und ethisch im Recht quasi auch Firmen hacken dürfen, diese Sicherheitsschwachstellen finden und melden können, ohne Gefahr zu haben, dass uns dadurch etwas passiert, um unsere Daten besser zu schützen und auch ihre Daten besser zu schützen. Die ECSC motiviert auch andere europäische Länder sowie im internationalen Bereich für weitere Initiativen. So ist daraus das International Hacking Bootcamp in Wien entstanden, welches über 100 Teilnehmer hat aus 10 Ländern, vor allem Nachbarländern, und an dem dieses Jahr im Mai sogar die European Space Agency ein Training gehalten hat. Das bedeutet, es wird gesehen, wie wichtig diese Sache ist. Es wird gesehen, dass wir Trainer brauchen, andere Unternehmen, die uns unterstützen und auch Sponsoren wie zum Beispiel Red Bull, die das europäische Team, das an der internationalen Challenge beitritt, auch immer wieder unterstützt und als Trainingsort dient. Und damit darf ich mich jetzt hier auch für eure Aufmerksamkeit bedanken.
Danke dir, dann darf ich Lilian auf die Bühne bitten.
Hallo, ich bin Lilian, ich bin einer der Co-Founder von Unstuck und bei Unstuck machen wir einen Co-Piloten/Assistenten für Psychotherapeutinnen. Der Grund, wieso wir das machen, ist relativ einfach. Wir haben mit ganz vielen Therapeuten geredet und alle haben uns eigentlich relativ dasselbe gesagt. Sie sind alle mega burnt out und ja, obwohl wir eigentlich selbst als Klienten, Therapeutinnen und Therapeuten sehr viel zahlen, bekommen sie einfach nicht das Geld auch wirklich aufs Bankkonto. Das heißt, Therapeuten sind halt wirklich overworked und bekommen einfach nicht genügend Geld. Und der Grund dafür ist, dass viele Psychotherapeutinnen einfach Part einer größeren Praxis sind, einer größeren Klinik, wo sie dann einfach einen großen Teil dieses Gelds an die Klinik abgeben muss. Und das heißt auch wiederum, dass wenn zum Beispiel ein Therapeut seine eigene Praxis eröffnen würde, sie um die 30.000 € im Jahr mehr verdienen. Aber das Problem ist natürlich, so eine Privatpraxis eröffnen ist jetzt nicht das Einfachste überhaupt. Man braucht Klienten, es gibt mega viele administrative Tätigkeiten, die man durchführen muss. Und ja, kurzes Buzzword, aber AI kann das Ganze ein bisschen lösen, indem man einfach sehr viel automatisiert. Und das ist auch genau das, was wir machen. Das heißt zum Beispiel, eines unserer ersten Tools als Teil von diesem Assistenten ist ein ganz klassisches Session-Recording-Tool, relativ basic. Therapeut macht das Handy an, recordet die Session und dann erstellen wir automatisch eine Dokumentation, die eben die Therapeutinnen für rechtliche Gründe sonst händisch machen müssen und wir sparen ihnen damit Zeit. Ja, bevor dem Ganzen habe ich an einer Mobile-App für Mental Health gearbeitet. Wir machen noch immer über 5.000 in Revenue im Monat und haben aber vor allem auch über 10.000 User. Und das ist wichtig, weil genau so kommen wir eben zu den Therapeutinnen und Therapeuten. Und ja, ich mache das Ganze nicht alleine, sondern mit meinem Co-Founder Ayush. Ayush, wirklich mega Programmierer, hat über 15 Apps im App Store veröffentlicht und war auch mit seinem letzten Startup Teil von OpenAI Converge, das ist der OpenAI Accelerator. Und dann eben Jenny, weil wir machen etwas für Therapeuten, das heißt, wir glauben auch, dass wir wirklich einen Therapeuten am Team brauchen. Sie ist unser Clinical Advisor, hat ihre eigene Privatpraxis und hat auch Talks an zum Beispiel Harvard, CNN gegeben. Und ja, wir sind noch relativ early, aber auf jeden Fall danke fürs Zuhören. Falls sich jemand für Healthcare oder im Allgemeinen Mental Health interessiert, bitte mich gerne ansprechen. Ich bin noch den ganzen Tag hier unterwegs und ja, danke fürs Zuhören.
Danke dir und dann last but not least Philippus.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wieso bin ich heute hier? Ich wurde zur EBSCON eingeladen, weil ich letztes Jahr den Silicon Alps Preis für smarte Systeme mit meinem Projekt Threat Detector with Elastic gewonnen habe. Das Projekt ist im Rahmen der Diplomarbeit entstanden mit meinem Kollegen und in Kooperation mit der Kellogg. Wir haben eine Lösung für ein Problem entwickelt, welches derzeit laut unserer Marktanalyse noch nicht am Markt gibt oder nicht angeboten wird. Und wir haben eine Erkennung programmiert, welche es ermöglicht, mit Hilfe von KI und Algorithmen zu erkennen, wann ein User oder Client im Netzwerk ihre Log-Übermittlung ausschaltet. Wieso ist es wichtig zu erkennen? Wenn ein Client ihre Log-Übermittlung ausschaltet, ist er unbemerkt im Netzwerk, also er kann alles machen, was er will. Dies ist eben anfällig für Hackerangriffe. Und unser System kann dies frühzeitig erkennen und Angreifer stoppen. Was macht unser Projekt jetzt so innovativ? Die Erkennung funktioniert in Echtzeit. Es ist zukunftssicher, da die KI noch präziser in der Zukunft weiter programmiert wird und die Algorithmen effizienter werden. Außerdem hat es kein Problem mit größeren Datenmengen, also es ist für Kleinkonzerne bis große Unternehmen einsetzbar. Außerdem haben wir noch einen erfolgreichen Use Case. Es ist derzeit bei der Kellogg schon im Einsatz. Falls Sie weitere Fragen zu diesem Projekt haben, können Sie mich gerne im Nachhinein ansprechen.
Danke dir. Danke euch allen für die Pitches. Ich freue mich sehr, jetzt auch noch 2 weitere Personen für die Podiumsdiskussion auf die Bühne rufen zu dürfen. Und zwar werden uns da auch Marco Londa und Marcel Schniederitsch unterstützen. Herzlich willkommen. Bitte sehr. Danke. Ja, Marco, vielleicht möchtest du gleich starten und dich kurz vorstellen.
Ja, danke. Hallo. Danke für die Einladung auf die Bühne. Mein Name ist Marco Londa, bin Gründer der Moonshot Pirates. Moonshot Pirates ist eine globale Bewegung Jugendlicher, die die Welt besser machen wollen. Das heißt, wir begleiten und bilden Jugendliche darin aus, globale Probleme, richtige Krisen wie Climate Change und so weiter mit eigenen innovativen Unternehmensideen zu lösen. 2 von den Pirates haben wir heute gepitcht, Lilian und Adrian. Und was wir im Prinzip machen, also man kann das jetzt aufteilen auf 2 Tracks. Der eine ist, let's call it educational. Da geht es darum, dass Jugendliche das Thema Entrepreneurship kennenlernen, dass sie sich mit Technologien beschäftigen, dass sie sich mit den Problemen in dieser Welt beschäftigen. Ein Beispiel, wir haben eine Online-Competition, die haben wir zuletzt mit zum Beispiel Volkswagen-Gruppe oder mit Asfinag gemacht. Die nächste kommt jetzt mit Givaudan und Oatly zum Thema Future of Food. Der andere war zum Thema Future of Mobility und so weiter. Jugendliche aus der ganzen Welt kommen zusammen und entwickeln innovative Ideen für einen ganz speziellen Bereich, in diesem Fall eben was Mobility. Und der zweite Track, da geht es dann darum, wir bauen einen Accelerator, wo die Jugendlichen, die dann Entrepreneurship kennenlernen, die sagen, wow, ich möchte mein eigenes Unternehmen gründen, dann wirklich ihre Idee nehmen können und wir begleiten sie dann bis zum Launch. Unser Ziel ist es, den weltweit größten Impact Accelerator für Jugendliche zu bauen. Und ja, das ist so ganz kurz Moonshot Pirates.
Danke dir. Sehr spannend. Darf ich gleich das Wort weiter an Marcel geben? Genau.
Ja, vielen lieben Dank. Ich bin Vollzeit bei der Cancom als Penetration Tester tätig, bin aber heute in Vertretung für die Cybersecurity Austria da. Die Cybersecurity Austria macht jetzt seit mehr als 14 Jahren die Austrian Cybersecurity Challenge, also quasi die österreichische Nationalmeisterschaft im Hacken, wenn man so will. Und eben, wie wir vorher schon gehört haben, seit ein paar Jahren auch erfolgreich Vorreiter im europäischen Bereich. Bin zusätzlich auch noch lokal aus Graz hier, Obmann von einem Verein, der sich ganz viel mit dem Thema Cybersecurity-Förderung von Jugendlichen beschäftigt, wo wir auch selbst an Schulen Wettbewerbe veranstalten und Workshops ausrichten. Und ja, freue mich, heute hier zu sein und freue mich auf die Diskussion.
Danke dir. Gut, wir kommen zur Podiumsdiskussion. Ich darf Sie auch bitten, wenn Sie Fragen haben, gerne kurz die Hand zu heben. Kollege der Timon wird dann mit dem Mikrofon vorbeischauen und Ihre Frage aufnehmen. Vielleicht starten wir mit einer simplen Frage, sage ich mal. Wenn ihr die Welt mit einer Maßnahme verbessern könntet, was wäre diese Maßnahme?
Nachdem ich das Mikro gerade noch in der Hand habe, starte ich gleich einmal. Also ich finde es ganz wichtig, nachdem ich auch viel im Bildungssektor unterwegs bin, Bildung zugänglich zu machen und das möglichst kostengünstig oder eigentlich besser sogar noch kostenfrei. Ich glaube, damit könnte man die Welt schon um einiges besser machen.
Ich würde ebenfalls im Bereich Bildung davon reden, weil heutzutage ist der Use von modernen Tools und, sagen wir mal, Laptops nicht so sehr gesehen in Schulen. Dies sollte jedoch verändert werden und auch der Zugang zur Netzwerktechnik sollte beigebracht werden in Schulen, da dies in der HTL jetzt bei mir relativ gering war und eher Eigeninitiative bei mir war.
Ja, nachdem ich ja für Psychotherapeutin was mache, ist meine Antwort relativ einfach. Am besten wäre natürlich gratis Psychotherapie für alle und dann aber auch die Therapeuten gescheit zahlen und sie nicht irgendwie 8 Einheiten am Tag machen lassen. Aber ja, das wäre in der perfekten Welt.
Für mich ist einerseits der Zugang zur Bildung, aber auch zur Chancengleichheit im größeren Sinne wichtig, dass wirklich jeder von egal wo bei verschiedensten Projekten oder Initiativen mitmachen kann. Die Cybersecurity Challenge ist ein großartiges Exempel eigentlich dafür, wie man besonders junge Leute dazu motivieren kann, doch große Sachen zu bewältigen, oder auch wie Moonshot Pirates, die einem zeigen, wie es richtig gemacht wird. Also Accessibility in meinen Augen.
Also ich war mir nicht ganz sicher, was ich da jetzt darauf antworten soll, aber mir ist mir jetzt das eingefallen, die Sarah hat ja vorher schon das Bug-Bounty-Thema erwähnt. Und dann ist mir im Sinn gekommen, dass wir ein ganz großes Problem haben in der Community. Und das ist, dass wir strafrechtlich verfolgt werden, wenn wir Schwachstellen an Unternehmen melden. Und das ist etwas, was sich sofort ändern sollte.
Und um nicht das Gleiche nochmal zu sagen, natürlich auch, wenn wir schon bei der Chancengleichheit waren und der Accessibility, auch die Diversitätsförderung. Denn Diversität bringt Innovation und wir brauchen nicht nur Männer und Frauen in diesem Bereich, wir brauchen die sämtliche Palette, wir brauchen es aus der ganzen Welt. Es haben die Leute aus anderen Ecken Europas auch einen anderen Zugang als wir in Österreich und das sollte gefeiert werden und es sollte weiter unterstützt werden.
Ich habe vor 2 Tagen einen Freund getroffen, der arbeitet bei Silicon Austria Labs. Mir ist gesagt worden, das ist nicht dasselbe wie Silicon Alps. Und er hat gesagt, das wichtigste Thema, das gelöst gehört, ist die Speicherung von Energie. Und kann durchaus sein, dass er recht hat. Ist leider nicht mein Thema. Mein Thema ist Bildung und ich glaube, dass alles mit Bildung beginnt. Und insofern muss ich mich anschließen oder schließe mich gerne dem an, was meine Vorredner angesprochen haben. Und ich glaube, es geht ganz stark darum, was gelehrt wird in Schulen, was lernt man in Schulen. Das Bildungssystem heute ist nicht zeitgemäß. Alles, vieles, das heute gelehrt wird, wird uns in Zukunft nicht weiterhelfen. Es geht wirklich darum, Jugendliche zukunftssicher zu machen, sie darauf vorzubereiten, wie sie wirklich in Zukunft mit diesen Unsicherheiten umgehen. Man spricht von den 21st Century Skills und der Adrian hat es auch angesprochen, Accessibility, dass wirklich jedes Kind, jeder Mensch auf der Welt Zugang zu Wissen hat, Zugang zur Bildung.
Klare Worte, da kann ich mich nur anschließen. Wenn wir jetzt schon an die Zukunft denken, vielleicht beginnen wir bei dir, Philippus, wo siehst du dich in den nächsten 5 Jahren? Wie siehst du deine Zukunft?
Naja, ich bin derzeit Student an der Universität und studiere Informatik. Also erstmal will ich mein Studium fertig machen, dann Master im Ausland machen an der ETH Zürich. Zusätzlich möchte ich in die Selbstständigkeit gehen mit meinem Projekt, wo da es schon mehrere Interessenten in Kärnten gibt. Und das ist mal das Ziel für die nächsten 7 Jahre.
Sehr gut. Ja, Maximilian, man wirft der Gen Z ja oft vor, dass sie wenig leistungsbereit ist, faul und nicht bereit zu arbeiten. Was entgegnest du dem, wenn du das hörst?
Ja, grundsätzlich gibt es eine wahre Komponente wahrscheinlich dabei. Das ist sicher. Aber das ist, was jede Generation auf die neue Generation macht. Also es ist vielleicht präsenter in unserem Leben, dass es taucht öfter auf, aber wahrscheinlich auch durch Social Media einfach, dass es dadurch deutlich mehr wahrgenommen wird. Es wird wahrscheinlich bei anderen Generationen genauso das sein. Aber es gibt natürlich auch, so wie uns da, eine sehr große Menge an sehr engagierten Personen in der Gen Z. Und dementsprechend ist das, wenn man es schnell beantworten will, einfach unwahr, dass wir faul sind.
Sieht man da sehr deutlich, das stimmt, ja. Ja, Sarah, mittlerweile sind wir ja 3 auf der Bühne. Frauen in der Technik ist immer noch ein schwieriges Thema. Wie siehst du das und wie siehst du das auch im internationalen Vergleich?
Ja, also bevor ich die HTL gemacht habe, war ich am Naturwissenschaftsgymnasium. Bedeutet, ich war schon immer als Frau in der Minderheit. Und wir haben jetzt auch von der CSA unterstützt und vor allem von der SBA die Security. Das ist eine Initiative, dass wir Frauen im Cybersecurity-Bereich unterstützen. Und wir sind damit auch in Europa mit dem Vorreiter, denn wir haben gestern erst uns darüber unterhalten, es gibt kein vergleichbares Projekt in ganz Europa, wo es wirklich monatlich Trainings gibt und wir erreichen mittlerweile um die 200 Frauen. Aber man merkt es auch bei der europäischen Cybersecurity Challenge, in die skandinavischen Teams vor allem sind schon viel länger auch Frauen im Team. Österreich hat jetzt gerade einmal das 3. Jahr überhaupt weibliche Teilnahme an der ECSC.
Was würdest du da als Maßnahmen sehen, wie man das verbessern könnte?
Eben unser Projekt Security, bei dem wir monatlich Trainings für Frauen und Finter anbieten. Das ist altersmäßig nicht eingeschränkt. Also wir haben wirklich von HTL-Schülerinnen und andere Schülerinnen, also auch Gymnasien, bis hin zu Frauen, die sich aber beruflich umorientieren wollen, einen Horizont erweitern, die zu unseren Trainings anmelden. Also bitte auch gern, wenn Sie von Ihnen, wer dafür interessiert, wir laden Sie gern ein, sich das mal anzuschauen. Wir haben das online und vor Ort in Wien. Und ich würde mich freuen, wenn ich da jemanden wiedersehen würde.
Ja, danke. Vielleicht machen wir mit dir weiter, Marco. Du hast ja schon viel Erfahrung in der Arbeit mit Jugendlichen. Wie siehst du denn da die Problemlösungskompetenz?
Darf ich zu dem Thema noch kurz was sagen? Wir haben nämlich 2019 mit Moonshot Pirates begonnen und bei dem ersten Event, das wir organisiert haben, haben wir so an die 25-30% Frauenanteil gehabt. Und das ist uns sofort aufgefallen. Also wir müssen da was machen. Das Thema Diversity ist uns wichtig. Und was wir gemacht haben, ist ganz einfach das Wording zu ändern. Wir haben die Art und Weise, wie wir kommunizieren, wie wir Sachen bewerben, geändert. Vorher war der Text mehr so, bau den Startup, Technologie und so weiter. Und wir haben es dann umgeändert so auf, was ist deine Passion oder Träume groß und so in diese Richtung. Und wir haben seither konstant 55-60% Frauenanteil bei unseren Programmen. Also oft einmal ist es ein bisschen Wording tweaken und das hilft tatsächlich so. Ja, was war die Frage? Sorry.
Bezüglich der Problemlösungskompetenz von Jugendlichen, wie schätzt du das ein? Hat sich das vielleicht auch verändert über die Jahre?
Das ist schwer zu sagen, ob sich das verändert. Wir arbeiten mit manchen Jugendlichen länger zusammen natürlich und man sieht natürlich die Entwicklungen. Ich muss dazugeben, weil ich es jetzt angesprochen habe, dieses erste Event 2019, das wir organisiert haben. Ich bin hingegangen so mit dem Denken, I'm a digital native, ich kenne mich aus und ihr könnt es mir eh nicht überraschen. Nach 3 Tagen, ich war weggeblasen von dem, was Jugendliche drauf haben. Erstens einmal bin ich drauf gekommen, ich bin wirklich alt. Nur als Beispiel, die haben innerhalb, also das war ein dreitägiges Event, am ersten Tag hat es sehr viel Input gegeben, da haben sie eh noch nicht gearbeitet, aber dann 2 Tage haben sie gehabt, um eigene Lösungen zu entwickeln, und da hat es ein Team gegeben, zwei Jungs, die haben so ein Lawinensensor-Notrufgerät entwickelt. Innerhalb von 2 Tagen haben die ein 3D-Modell am 3D-Drucker ausgedruckt, die haben eine mobile App dazu entwickelt. Also das waren Sachen, ich hätte nicht einmal gewusst, wo ich anfangen soll. Und die haben mich absolut überrascht, und das war nur ein Beispiel. Wir haben jetzt die vorletzte Challenge gemeinsam mit ASFINAG und Volkswagen gemacht. Der Wiener Team, die haben die Challenge dann auch gewonnen. Die haben die Bilder, die Straßenkameras von der ASFINAG angezapft und eine AI in 3 Wochen entwickelt, die Staus und Unfälle vorhersagen kann und dann rechtzeitig oder mit einem zeitlichen Vorteil dann eben Rettung, Polizei und so weiter kontaktieren kann. Und die haben 3 Wochen Zeit gehabt, und es zeigt uns einfach, wozu Jugendliche imstande sind. Das ist unvorstellbar. Das Ding, das wir beobachten, ist, wir sind alle oft begeistert von einer Idee und jetzt mache ich schnell was. Und man sagt in der Startup-Welt, don't fall in love with the idea, fall in love with the problem. Und das ist etwas, das Jugendliche lernen müssen. Nicht nur Jugendliche, ich muss das lernen, ich muss mich immer wieder ständig daran erinnern, selbst daran erinnern, wirklich zu schauen, okay, was ist das Problem, das wir lösen. Und also so dieser unternehmerische Ansatz, wie gehen wir von einer Idee dann wirklich zu einem Produkt und zu einer richtigen Problemlösung, das muss gelernt werden, und da sehen wir unsere Aufgabe auch und begleiten die Jugendlichen darin. Die technischen Kompetenzen oder diese Problemlösungskompetenz, die ist unmatched. Also diese Gen Z, diese Generation ist einfach unglaublich, und ich kriege jedes Mal Gänsehaut, wenn ich mit diesen Jugendlichen arbeiten darf. Das ist unvorstellbar.
Sehr schön, danke. Ja, Marcel, die Cyber Security Challenge. Was ist deine persönliche Motivation dahinter, oder was ist auch deine Mission? Wo willst du sie hinbringen?
Also dafür muss man wissen, ich komme selber so ein bisschen aus der Cyber Security Challenge. Also ich war früher selber Teilnehmer, habe quasi kurz nach der HTL eigentlich mich das erste Mal fürs Finale qualifiziert. Das war jetzt 2017, also auch schon wieder ein Weilchen her. Und mir hat das, was sie da gemacht haben, eigentlich so super gefallen, dass ich auch die nächsten Jahre immer wieder teilgenommen habe an der Challenge, und irgendwann habe ich gesagt, so, hey, das gibt es nicht, dass das nur auf so einem großen nationalen Level funktioniert, das muss auch ein bisschen granularer funktionieren, das muss auch ein bisschen mehr in den Schulen auch funktionieren. Weil ich selbst bin auch Absolvent und mittlerweile auch Lehrer an der HTL Keindorf. Und die HTL Keindorf war natürlich bedingt durch meinen alten Professor dort immer sehr stark vertreten. Und ich habe gesagt, naja, das müssen wir zum einen fortführen und zum anderen ein bisschen ausweiten. Und somit bin ich eigentlich dann immer mehr in so ein paar organisatorische Sachen mit reingerutscht, wenn man so will. Und vielleicht ein Skill, der mir auch fehlt eigentlich, ist Nein zu sagen bei vielen Sachen. Also wenn da eine gute Idee kommt, bin ich ja der Erste, der dafür zu haben ist. Ja. Und bedingt auch durch Los Fasis, dem Verein da in Graz, der sehr stark von der CSA unterstützt wird, haben wir wirklich geschafft, einige wirklich super coole, große Projekte zu starten und einfach zu sehen, wie das den Schülern und Schülerinnen oder Studenten und Studentinnen gefällt und wie sie das gut annehmen und was sie dabei lernen und welche Erfahrungen sie machen. Das ist das, was mich in dem Sinn antreibt, dort auch eigentlich sehr viel meiner Freizeit dort reinzustecken, und es ist einfach wirklich irrsinnig erfüllend zu sehen, dass man was bewirkt damit. Ja,
ja, definitiv. Adrian, wenn du jetzt an deine Erfahrungen mit Firmen denkst, wird es sicher schon einige Gespräche gegeben haben, wird dir da auf Augenhöhe begegnet? Also wie ist quasi der Umgang mit jungen Menschen, wenn man jetzt an große Firmen denkt?
Ja, das ist eine gute Frage. Also ich habe ziemlich viele verschiedene Impressionen bekommen. Einerseits einige Firmen, die denken, ja, absolut, dem hören wir zu, der weiß, wovon er redet, auch wenn er jung ist, er hat sichtlich gute Ideen, gute Ansätze und so weiter, bis hin zu, du hast nicht einmal einen Bachelorabschluss, was redest du da von verschiedensten Technologien, wer bist denn du überhaupt? Und praktisch eine Resistenz, die komplett unverständlich ist in meinen Augen. Aber zunehmend sehe ich schon, dass verschiedenste Firmen, besonders große Firmen, realisieren, dass die Jugend eben gute Ansätze hat, gute Skills hat, gute Voraussetzungen hat und auch viel Innovation schaffen kann in einer Firma. Also eben beispielsweise über die Challenges von den Moonshot Pirates haben wir mit vielen Firmen zusammen kollaborieren können und eben auch einige Interaktionen gehabt, die meistens positiv waren. Ja.
Lilian hat genickt. Siehst du das ähnlich oder wie sind deine Erfahrungen?
Ja, also ich muss sagen, ich habe nicht mit sonderlich vielen Firmen in Österreich zusammengearbeitet. Ich habe tatsächlich schon ein bisschen das Gefühl, dass Österreich ein bisschen hinten nach ist, wenn es darum geht, mit jüngeren Leuten zusammenzuarbeiten. Mein Co-Founder, der ist aus Amerika, deswegen verbringe ich auch einige Zeit in San Francisco und man bemerkt halt schon einfach sehr stark den Unterschied, wie ernst jüngere Leute dort genommen werden. Da ist auch ein bisschen so natürlich, oh ja, es ist cool, wenn man Dropout ist und es gibt auch viele Dropouts, aber trotzdem im Allgemeinen probieren die Leute dort auch tatsächlich sogar jung auszusehen, weil je jünger, desto besser quasi. Und hier, also ich sag mal so, meine einzige Erfahrung mit österreichischen Unternehmen, da war ich auch ein bisschen jünger, aber in der HTL Internships und im Endeffekt sitzt man dann nur da und macht gar nichts, also sitzt im Endeffekt vom Laptop, obwohl ich das Gefühl habe, dass Unternehmen auf jeden Fall da viele Möglichkeiten hätten, um Jugendliche mehr einzubinden und auch wirklich, ja, da einfach eine super Opportunity haben, die sie sehr oft leider nicht nutzen.
Sicherheit, ja. Gibt es Fragen aus dem Publikum dazu oder generell? Ansonsten würde ich da nämlich nochmal einhaken. Also ja, bitte.
Also ich habe jetzt auch nicht unbedingt die größte Erfahrung mit Firmen, aber meiner Erfahrung nach haben große Firmen, wie zum Beispiel jetzt die Infineon, mich deutlich mehr wie einen richtigen Mitarbeiter behandelt. Und wenn man dann fürs Praktikum bei gewissen staatlichen Institutionen ist, dann merkt man auf einmal, okay, man ist der kleine Praktikant, der da von diesem Monster namens Bürokratie komplett zusammengestaucht wird und der quasi am Computer sitzt und die Monkey-Tasks vom Entwickler macht, der die eigentlich nicht machen will. Und das ist, glaube ich, auch so ein Problem, was auch der öffentliche Dienst hat, wenn sie schreien, sie haben keine Mitarbeiter. Vielleicht solltet ihr auch anfangen, eure Bürokratie ein bisschen abzubauen und für junge Personen ansprechbarer zu machen, dass es dort auch Spaß machen kann zu arbeiten und nicht einfach von 9 to 5 die Java-Unit-Tests runterzuschreiben. Meine 2 Cents zu dem Thema.
Okay, dann Adrian?
Zu diesem Punkt, besonders im öffentlichen Dienst, das habe ich stark während dem Zivildienst bemerkt, dass die Fähigkeiten von den Zivildienern, die durchaus da sind, besonders eben von Technikern und HTLern und so weiter, nicht eingesetzt werden. Und das ist unglaublich schade und das ist ein unglaublicher Verlust eigentlich für egal welche Firma, bei welcher man den Zivildienst dann ableistet, dass die Skills, die sie haben, nicht angewandt werden, sondern einfach eben nur diese super repetitiven Tasks abgearbeitet werden jeden Tag, wo man sich denkt, muss das jetzt wirklich sein? Es ist ein unglaublicher Skillverlust einfach in Österreich und ich finde, beim Zivildienst kann so viel gemacht werden, um es besser und attraktiver für Leute zu machen und eben dann auch viel mehr Profit im Endeffekt für jeden Beteiligten daraus zu schlagen. Ja.
Hättest du da schon Vorschläge, was man machen könnte?
Ja, beispielsweise einerseits, natürlich kann man sich aussuchen, zu welcher Firma man beispielsweise geht für den Zivildienst, aber selbst da ist es meistens beschränkt und sie geben einem natürlich nicht unbedingt dann Positionen in der IT, weil es genauso gut sein kann, dass sie komplett random irgendwelche zufälligen Zivildiener bekommen und die dann das nicht einsetzen können im Endeffekt. Aber was ich mir wünschen würde, ist, dass man bei dieser zufälligen Zuteilung mehr Kategorien hat und viel gezielter zugeteilt wird, als ja, du gehst jetzt irgendwo hin und eben dann seine Skills, die man gelernt hat, sein ganzes Leben lang auch wirklich einsetzen kann.
Wir waren schon kurz bei dem Punkt, es sind vielleicht einige potenzielle Arbeitgeber und Arbeitgeberinnen hier im Raum. Was würdet ihr euch wünschen von eurem zukünftigen Arbeitgeber? Was müsste der bieten, damit ihr sagt, dort fange ich an? Sarah vielleicht?
Ja, es sind vorher schon die Praktika angesprochen worden und ich muss sagen, ich war in einer Firma das Praktikum machen, da hat es mir richtig gut gefallen. Also da war ich im Team involviert, wir haben Scrum gehabt, also agile Programmierung und da hätte ich dann gesagt, ja, also von mir aus hätte ich bei dieser Firma dann nach meiner Matura angefangen. Ich meine, bin dann studieren gegangen, aber das ist noch immer ein Unternehmen, das ich am Schirm habe. Ein anderes Unternehmen beim Praktikum hat mich Excel-Tabellen umtragen lassen und 5 Jahre alten Code restaurieren. Da habe ich dann natürlich gesagt, das könnt ihr mir gern haben, die Firma hört nie wieder was von mir. Und von daher wirklich schon von Anfang an die jungen Menschen was zutrauen lassen, eben weniger Bürokratie, mehr schon mit digitalen Abläufen arbeiten. Wir wollen nicht unbedingt unseren Gehaltszettel per Post, wir verlieren den wahrscheinlich. Es ist uns lieber, wir kriegen den per E-Mail oder irgendwo im Intranet zum Download, weil wir arbeiten immer mehr mit digitalen Technologien im digitalen Bereich und deswegen auch wieder in diesem Bereich dann mit Bürokratie.
Noch was dazu führen, wieder zum öffentlichen Dienst, ein bisschen Flaming. Zahlt's einmal anständig, bitte. Ich werde keine 2, 3 brutto für eine Developerstelle nehmen, wo es gesagt wird, ja, wir sind eine Firma vom normalen Markt, wir bieten dir 5 brutto dafür an. Ja, also kompetitives Bezahlen ist ein ganz guter Ansatzpunkt.
Marcel möchte
Kann ich vielleicht auch kurz noch was dazu sagen? Ich selbst komme nämlich auch aus dem öffentlichen Dienst und habe dann auch in die Privatwirtschaft gewechselt. Ja, das ist tatsächlich ein Problem, ja. Also es ist sowohl, also wir merken es durch die Cybersecurity Challenge und Co., auch beim Bundesheer werden händeringend Fachkräfte gesucht und es wird einfach auch händeringend in allen öffentlichen Diensten nach Fachkräften gesucht. Also da muss dann einfach mal ein bisschen Angleich in Richtung Gehalt passieren, weil junge Leute lockt man einfach nicht mehr, hey, du bist dann Beamter. Also das funktioniert halt nicht mehr. Ne? Also das war vielleicht vor 20 Jahren interessant, aber mittlerweile ist das kein gutes Argument mehr.
Jetzt hört man ja trotzdem sehr oft, dass viele junge Menschen ihre Stunden reduzieren möchten, um mehr Freizeit zu haben. Wie seht ihr das? Also wenn jetzt das Thema Gehalt auch gefallen ist, zu wenig bezahlt. Sind Marcel oder Philippus?
Also ich weiß nicht, ob ich mich selbst noch zu den jungen Menschen zählen würde. Ich glaube, ich bin ein bisschen das falsche Beispiel dafür. Also ich mache ja relativ viele Sachen zusätzlich zu meinem Vollzeitjob, deshalb meine Woche hat selten unter 60 Stunden. Ja, ich kann es schon nachvollziehen, aber passt für mich nicht. Ne?
Darf ich vielleicht was dazu sagen? Also ich glaube nicht, das bezieht sich jetzt nicht nur auf die Gen Z oder auf die Jugendlichen, das bezieht sich auf jeden. Wir haben das bei uns einmal getestet ein bisschen, dass wir nur 4 Tage gearbeitet haben, also nicht 4 Tage, dann 40 Stunden, sondern 4 Tage normale Arbeitszeit bei gleicher Bezahlung. Und was ich bemerkt habe an mir selbst, ist der Output in diesen 4 Tagen war zumindest gleich, wenn nicht höher, wie noch vorher in 5 Tagen. Und es gibt Studien, die zeigen ganz klar, dass also Peak Performance equals Stress and Rest. Und wenn du wirklich 4 Tage Vollgas gibst und dann 3 Tage zum Pausieren hast und dich zum Erholen hast, also der Output ist ungleich größer. Und der Grund, warum wir das jetzt nicht weitermachen, wir sind ein sehr kleines Team. Mein Sohn erfordert oft meine Aufmerksamkeit, das heißt, ich schaffe oft keine 8 Stunden pro Tag, deswegen arbeiten wir trotzdem freitags, aber es ist wirklich interessant zu beobachten, was da alles möglich ist. Also ich glaube grundsätzlich, dass das so die Zukunft der Arbeit sein wird. Und vielleicht noch zum anderen Thema, dieses, wie man Jugendliche überhaupt in Unternehmen bekommt. Uns ist es wichtig, also wir haben den Wert niedergeschrieben bei Moonshot Pirates, we meet each other on eye level. Jeder Mentor, wir haben 450 Mentoren in der Welt momentan, wir arbeiten mit Unternehmen aus der ganzen Welt zusammen. Diese Mentoren, diese Unternehmen begegnen unsere Pirates als Equals, das ist immer auf Augenhöhe. Es ist kein, ich bin da oben und du bist da unten und ich werde dir jetzt erklären, wie das funktioniert, sondern hey, ich möchte dir helfen, mit deinem Projekt weiterzukommen. Und ich glaube, wenn wir in einer zwischenmenschlichen Beziehung Respekt und Vertrauen reinbringen, wird die Arbeitserfahrung, und das ist dann unabhängig vom Gehalt, ich glaube, das Gehalt ist nicht das Ausschlaggebende, wird diese Arbeitserfahrung für den Jugendlichen, für die jungen Menschen anders sein, der Output wird besser sein und man spart sich dann vielleicht sogar ein bisschen Geld, weil bezahlen kann man das sowieso nicht in meinen Augen, was man sich da rausholt.
Wahre Worte zum Abschluss. Herzlichen Dank für die Podiumsdiskussion mit euch. Ich darf jetzt noch kurz einen organisatorischen Hinweis geben. Die Barcamps werden gleich im Anschluss in den Räumen 10 und 11 stattfinden. Also bitte gleich direkt den Raum wechseln. Ich bedanke mich für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit und wünsche noch einen schönen Nachmittag. Stay curious.
Close your eyes. Now think of Austria. What do you see? Exactly. High technology industry Austria is home to one of the most sophisticated industrial landscapes within Europe. Alone for electronic-based systems, this means annual revenue of over 20 billion euros, generated by more than 30,000 employees working in over 280 companies. The founding of Silicon Alps in 2017, a technology and innovation cluster for electronic-based enterprises, was a logical consequence of such exponential growth. It brings together players from industry, science and public authorities. Its purpose, development and positioning of the electronics and microelectronics sector in Austria, and enhancement of regional growth and progression. Further on, Silicon Alps is a strong partner in global and European initiatives and alliances. The aggregation of international high-tech industries in the south of Austria combines superior expertise with advanced technologies in a highly innovative environment. No other region in Europe has such a high rate of R&D, thanks to its outstanding availability of human capital, as well as research and business landscape. It has launched innumerable groundbreaking and key enabling technologies for a broad array of products and services. But not just for business. A majority of Austria's competence centers conduct their research, as well as countless industry-specific projects in the region of Carinthia and Styria. A beautiful region where you want to live and have everything you need for a great career. And university spin-offs, as well as independent research institutions such as Joanneum Research and Silicon Austria Labs, work continuously in collaboration with outside industries. The life and work balance is very unique in this region, and the option for a successful life is more than prospected. An internationally renowned system of universities and universities of applied sciences with over 50,000 students, as well as numerous research institutions, have helped turning this region into a globally admired and respected technology hub. Living and learning is a key enabler for the success of this region. Silicon Alps is your long-term strategic alliance for cooperative, efficient, and business-oriented regional development in a region that enables a rich career and a life worth living in the heart of Europe.
The perfect city. Does it exist? What would it be like? What would it offer? The perfect city is full of life. Deeply rooted in its region, it acts as a door to the world. This city is the perfect location for the small ones who live out their dreams with their boundless entrepreneurship. For the big ones, the global players who lead world markets with their technologies. For the creative, who daily reinvent the city with their ideas. For the innovative, who conquer the future with their ambition. This city shows tradition and modernity. This city is stylish, creative, and visionary. The perfect city is alive and still lets you slow down. This city is open-minded, welcoming, and invites you to explore. This city plans for tomorrow. It educates and trains. It is young, dynamic, and brimming with students. It is curious and creates knowledge. The perfect city is strong. Strong when it comes to biotechnology. Strong when it comes to energy. Strong when it comes to sustainability. Strong when it comes to our environment. In a perfect city, local recreation is actually local. You can feel life. It is mobile and easy to get around. It is full of lifestyle and is rich in culture. It wants to be enjoyed. It wants to be experienced. This is my city. This is Graz.
Hello. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Loving the enthusiasm. No, it's good. It's good. Good that you're back. And I know the room is going to fill quickly because I know there's, and I've heard that already, a lot of networking going on. And as we heard early on, this is the main target for 61% of you. So therefore, target achieved by 100%. That's how market research works. Good. Now, I'd like to conduct further market research because we have to go back to our favorite tool called Slido. And we have a highly sophisticated question to establish strong feedback on today. Now, please take your phones and please answer this question. If EBSCON were a meal, what would it be? I'm very, very, very curious to see what your smart, curious brains come up with here. What could it possibly be? If EBSCON were a meal, what would it be? I'm curious. Which is the whole point of this conference, right? Being an XXL burger, Pasta Bolognese, a massive all-you-can-eat buff, Faschierbraten, Schnitzel mit Pommes, pie tapas, minced meat, magic mushrooms. Dude, whoever came up with that one. Yeah, I bet you grabbed one of those, Sunshine. Okay, minced meat, mixed bowl, Bauerns, a massive tapas, scrambled eggs, Schnitzel mit Pommes. So, Fritten rot-weiß, interesting. Schnitzel mit Pommes seems to be the theme here. Good that it's not, good that it's not regional or anything here. Okay, so, yeah, Kärntner Kastnudeln. Okay, great. Tofu. Innovativer Kaiserschmarren. What the F is that? It's like deconstructed Kaiserschmarren, like just the whole recipe and stuff. Oh, I love that. I so love Slido, especially these word clouds. Donuts, scrambled eggs, steak, paella, Bauernsalat, but it seems that you all have agreed on Schnitzel mit Pommes. Is Schnitzel with Pommes a good thing? It's mixed feedback there, but however, it's something that stands for Austria, so therefore it's probably also a good thing, right? I mean, Schnitzel, if you ask foreigners, it's like the most Austrian food. Even looks like the country to a certain degree. Sometimes, if you kind of look at it, the map. Anyhow, let's get back to more sophisticated things. A vegan multi-course madness. Wow, fondue. Great, we could do this forever, but we've seen it. Now, we've opened your minds, let's open your hearts. Let's move on to the next speaker. And he's from a company called Xista Science Ventures, and the topic is called From Research to Revenue, Building an Innovative Ecosystem for Breakthroughs. One small comment, you can ask questions on Slido. However, directly after the session, we're going to have one last glorious panel, and we're going to use that panel to answer also the questions from this talk, because Bernhard is going to join us on that panel, just as a quick explanation. Everything clear? That's the part where you nod? Oh, yes, loving that. Great, let's move on. And here is Bernhard Petermeier. There he is. And welcome on stage.
Thank you, Daniel. Looks like I'm a super serious guy. Okay, so the topic of my talk is From Research to Revenue, which is quite, bold in a statement that you could do in a half an hour. And I originally, when they asked me to do this talk, I said like, okay, I can talk for 2 hours and then you will have a basic overview of what we are gonna do. They said, we'll give you half an hour. I said, okay, I do it in 20. Let's go for drinks afterwards. But the real topic is basically from research to revenue in a pressure cooker, right? Because this is what I can do in 20 minutes, and I'm happy to do so. I'm from Xista Science Ventures. I think probably nobody knows Xista Science Ventures here in the room. That's fine. That's also true when I go to Vienna. We are from Klosterneuburg, which is right outside of Vienna. When I go to Vienna and talk to people, normally I would say 80% of the people don't know ISTA. and that's fine. The 20% that think they know ISTA confuse us sometimes with the AIT, which is the Austrian Institute of Technology, which is also a great organization. But ISTA is really something different. And if I can take the 20 minutes just to tell you a little bit about ISTA itself, about Exista and what we are doing there and what we have achieved in the last 15 years and with Exista in the last 5 years, I'm happy and I can go out and with the knowledge that 2 or 3 people know more about ISTA. So ISTA originated in around 2000, or the idea of ISTA originated from a Nobel Prize laureate, Anton Zeilinger, in 2002, I think it was, that he pitched the idea of ISTA at Forum Alpbach. The idea is to build in Austria, outside of the normal universities, a research center that is basic research driven, excellent in the world in what they're doing, and is conducting research based on curiosity, basically. And luckily, a lot of people picked up on that idea. So there have been discussions, feasibility studies, and other things. And yeah, Politik took a stance, and they, took a lot of money, a lot of grit. I have to really salute them. And they built an institute into the greenfield, where before there was nothing. And this is she. This is our campus, and I think it's really beautiful. It's, as I said, just outside of Vienna. We are a basic research institute that is conducting business really on the fundamentals of science. And at the beginning, there was the discussion, where should it be? Upper Austria, Lower Austria, Styria, Vienna, all wanted to have it. It's now outside there in close to Neuburg. And yeah, this is 15 years ago. And when I said 2002, that was already only the ideas of the institute. So it really took until 2006 until it was formally formulated. There was an ISTA law even that was basically released. And during that years 2006, 2009, when the campus was really opened, this was a lot of discussions. I can remember that. I did my PhD during that time. Probably you can also. There was a broad discussion. Should we build really a new campus into the green field? Should we use that money to fuel our existing universities? And I'm happy that they did it the way they did it. So 2009, there was the grand opening of the campus. We had soon after first PhD students, so we are educating PhD students. We don't do any master's undergraduate studies, but start from PhDs. The budget has always been negotiated for 10, 15 years and has always been renewed. And during that time also we see rigorous evaluations from scientists. Normally a group of top scientists coming from everywhere in the world, led by normally a Nobel Prize laureate, is basically evaluating what the institute is doing, if it's on a good track or not. Yeah, and until 2021, when the next budget was decided, and it was generously decided, I think, based on the achievements that have been there, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. So our core missions are, as I said already, basic research in many fields, natural sciences, formal sciences. We do a lot of science education. We want to do best practices in science. So the institute has been built after the Weizmann Institute in Israel. So they took a lot of the good things, left out the bad things, hopefully at least. And we also want to do a technology transfer, so commercialization of whatever is coming out. And I can tell you, I mean, from basic research to revenue is really, really a long span. Taking a lot of convincing, a lot of work to get something done there. We have 63 ERC grants. That's a number they always proudly say because it's really good. I can show you later on how we compare it to other institutes. And we have 18 nationalities and group on campus, very, very international, and people coming from everywhere. And the growth is pretty staggering based on the results that we had up to now. So we'll be in 2036, we'll be more than 2,000 people on campus with 150 research groups. They started in 2009 with 37 people. I know a few of those 37 people, and the stories they're telling from that time when everything was a construction and, you know, tried to do research with all the noise, something that was really cool. Even one person from that time, he always says he's the first postdoc of the institute. I don't know if he's just cheating to me or if it's really true, is even one of the founders that we backed then in a company. Yeah, so 80 groups now. Campus looks like on the left. It's been a sanatorium before, so treating mentally ill people, and only a few buildings have been there. So a lot of things have been built there, and a lot of things will be built there in the next few years. So we are growing by double in the next few years, in the next 12, 15 years. And that means constant construction. So everything that you see here that is not red is going to be built in the next few years. Yeah, we have 80 research groups at the moment, as I said already before. They are different than universities. In universities, you have departments, institutes. We do it differently. We have research groups. A research group is normally built around an assistant professor. They are normally pretty young, have a lot of potential. A group is cannot be more than 15 people. And when a prof is leaving, the whole group ceases to exist. So this guarantees that we can hire and build teams around the best minds that we can get. But just to show it here, we categorize, even though there is absolutely no categorization. So one of the principles is that we do research over any kind of fields. So these 80 groups are more like atoms, molecules that are floating around and trying to collaborate however they want. But just to give you an impression, we have around a balance between information system sciences, the life sciences, and then also physics and mathematics. Yeah, here are the 8 principles of ISTA. I think I mentioned already a few of them. So basic research, curiosity-driven. So anyone who's joining our institute is doing whatever they please. That can be a good thing, but can also be a headache, especially if you want to commercialize things. But this is one of the core principles, of course. Then we are building careers, academic careers. It's a very rigorous tenure system. So whenever you're coming in, you have 5 years to prove yourself or you're out. And the only way of staying is to become a full professor, otherwise you have to leave. As a PhD student, as a postdoc, as an assistant professor, no matter after 5 years you have to leave. And then diverse funding, funding also exploiting results, private parts. I mean, there is a huge public amount of money, of course, that is coming from there. But my role and the role of my colleagues is also to bring the private money in. And we do that through entrepreneurship. We do that through building companies out of the technologies that we are researching. All the other things I already mentioned, I think PhD granting, the evaluation, international, and so on. So here's a measure of why we think that the Institute is doing really, really good after 15 years. And the left on top is something that came out in 2019, so only 10 years after the Institute has been formed. And it shows the Nature Index normalized on the size of the Institute. And the Institute has been number 3 in the world, from 0 in 10 years to number 3 in the world. That's simply amazing. And then some other metrics that we use is to show the ERC grants. ERC grants are really the highly respected, high money grants that you can get in the European Union. We have a success rate that is really blowing all the other institutes out of the water, and this includes the Weizmann Institute, this includes EPFL, ETH in Switzerland, which normally have been role models in this sense. So we almost have a 50% success rate with these high-level research grants. So in the middle, again, you see the fields, and this should show a little bit the flow between the disciplines, and I'm using it afterwards to also show the companies that we are funding and supporting in this spectrum, basically. Yeah, so 5 years ago, me and my partners, we basically had the feeling like we are sitting here on a gold mine because these people are amazing. They are researchers that are not just outstanding, they are just obsessed with science. They're working day and night. They want to they want to get to their Nobel Prize, whatever. They run after their academic careers. But we are sitting on this gold mine, but we don't have pickaxes and shovels because basically everyone is just focused on their careers, on their academic careers. An academic career is not really built for building companies out of your research, right? So these people have other things to do, and they are very busy. And it's quite a challenge, to be honest, to convince these people that building a company in other institutes like MIT, for example, that's totally usual that a professor is building 1-2 companies out of their research, establish this thinking here with the academics. And we did a lot of work to do that. We've been supported with building this tech park, so we had at least the budget to build some facilities. This is what you see here. We have 2 buildings that are operational at the moment, but we are building a much larger campus, so also companies can join us. So companies that are research-affine, that want to be close to academic research and basic research, they can come to us, have a research group on campus. And some of them do already. So if you have a look at the lower left there, we have Google on campus. We cooperate with Microsoft at the moment. We have NVIDIA, Tech to mention an Austrian one. We have Meta, things like that. So things are coming together. You see it. They see the value of it. But it's really humble beginnings, to be honest. But this slide is basically where rubber hits the road. So this is showing what we are doing all in this ecosystem of trying to commercialize this gold mine that we are sitting on. And it's just a lot of things that we have to do. And we did it by dividing it into 3 different companies. The one is called Exista Innovation, marked with the green color. This is basically our technology transfer company. So it's a single company. It's doing the typical tech transfer thing, even though we like to do it more in an entrepreneurial way than in a bureaucratic way. So there is a lot about training, about talking to academics that entrepreneurship is really a worthwhile career path for them to do this. We invite top entrepreneurs who have been in the same situations, have spun out big companies or even failed out of academic research. We do trainings. We really try to bring the whole space on a different level together with the usual IP and patent management that technology transfer has to deal with. But it must be clear that entrepreneurship has way higher chances of leading to high results in economic impact than typical IP and licensing work that usual tech transfer offices are doing. Then on the right upper we have Exista Science Park. This is just managing all the infrastructure with all the lab. So everyone has access to ISTA's lab if they want to build a company. And then the last one, which is also where I come from, is the investment fund. So you can convince scientists to build a company, you can train them on what it's important to do, but in the end what you need is really capital in order to deploy it to them and help them build really a high-tech company out of their lab invention. And this is really a challenge on its own. And we did that. And only if you have all these things, activities to come together, we have a chance of really making a difference in terms of entrepreneurship here in Austria and in Europe. We see ourselves as European investors. So one of the reasons why we think that tech transfer, Austria is doing amazing research, there's no doubt about it, and the same is true for Europe, right? But if you have a look at what the US is doing, so we compare here Harvard University with Max Planck Gesellschaft, Oxford University, ETH Zurich. If you have a look what kind of high impact studies they're doing, research they are doing, and then in the end, how many invention disclosures are coming out of that, and then in the next step from these invention disclosures, how much revenue is really generated, then you see that we are doing something wrong here in Europe. And it must be clear that there is way more potential in doing things than we do currently. And this is also the reason why we started this investment fund. Okay, that's probably a sign I should stop talking at some point. I get you. And there is just way more money also in the system in the US to support deep tech innovations and deep tech startups because that's the fuel they need to grow. And I think I don't need to make the case that this is really important because we have a lot of cases where fundamental deep research led to amazing companies. And it's sometimes a little bit pop culture that the idea itself together with the research made it all happen. It's really a combined effort of everyone in the ecosystem, of the universities, of the scientists, of the executives of the startups that are forming out of that, from the ecosystem like incubators, accelerators, to the venture capital funds who are really financing innovations. And yeah, this is what's happening definitely here, and specifically on the investment side, on people who have the capital and understand science. I think that's really something that is underserved. That was also our hypothesis, starting with Exista Science Ventures 5 years ago. So we built this 45 million investment fund. It's financed by private, but also by the European Investment Fund and also a little bit of public money from Austria, in order to bring these innovations to the market. And we are the ones, so my colleagues, we are seeing ourselves as the scientists who have been in business, even founded startups themselves, and understand the science side, but also the business side in order to make that transition, to make really a difference besides our capital that we are deploying. And here you can see the companies that are coming out of the institute itself. So Ribbon Biolabs is the one that I was talking about first, probably first investment. That's already in a serious B state, so that's synthesis of long strains of DNA. That's a winning company, absolutely, no doubt about it. And we have 2 companies that have been co-founded by a few of our professors that are residing in the US. So Gia Networks is one of them, where we built a consensus algorithm from our cryptography group. And the founder of that is Bram Cohen, who is the inventor of the B2B, not B2B, of the peer-to-peer BitTorrent protocol, for example. And Neuromagic is a great company coming out of MIT together with technology from ISTA on deep learning and making inference and training faster on normal CPUs. Then we have 3 here, which are more on the life science side. So this is more like drug discovery and neural diseases treatment. And then the last one's also an interesting one, so because that's a little bit in your field of interest. That's narrow line width lasers, so lasers that have really good frequency noise while being fully tunable to different frequencies. And those were just the ones that came out of the institute, but we invest outside of the institute. We invest from all universities. We even invest outside of Austria. We have companies from TU Wien, we have companies from TU Graz, from SEM, from Medical University in Vienna, from Innsbruck. We have investments in Sweden, in France, in Slovenia, and we go continuously out of Austria in order to make that happen and build exactly this ecosystem that we have tried here in Klosterneuburg in a smaller scale. This is what we have achieved. So with the 24.2 million that we have invested up to now, our companies have received grants in the amount of 60 million, and we have brought in external investors from all over the world, deploying capital of 143 million up to now in these companies. So we are attracting capital from outside of Austria to be invested here. And we can leverage our 24 that we invested up to now to almost tenfold. That's really an impact. So on the numbers, in 5 years, we built companies with almost 400 employees at the moment. 36% of them are women, 64 men. Many of them are coming from Austria, but we have a lot of nationalities and people from abroad coming working for us. All right, this is my last slide. I'll leave you with the challenges. I really don't want to make it nicer than it is. I think we are in the stone age of entrepreneurship and in the asset class of startups, investing in startups and building startups. So everyone has to do their thing in order to make it better. University need to promote more. Scientists need to think a little bit more about real-world applications of what they are dealing with every day. Startups, it's all about execution, in my opinion. Having a good idea is a necessity, not a grant for being successful. And also taking myself to higher levels, I think venture capital has to change a lot and has to get a lot better in Europe. And we are trying to do that. We have to be more open, give more direct feedback, how to get better, so entrepreneurs can really grow. And I hope that industry companies can be a little bit more open also to startups, even though they just have begun and don't have this high credibility thing. And then now I'm gonna start talking.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Now, we hoped you'd say a lot, and you did. So thank you very much. And we'll keep you on stage that you can say even more. So you can select a seat of your choice, because we're not doing any Q&A now, because we're actually moving on to our panel. And it's a big panel, so I'll just read out the names. And you please join me on stage. I'd like to welcome back the CEO of the Silicon Alps cluster, Robert Querer. We have Bernhard here already. And of the Ministry of Magic, Michael Wiesmüller back again. Of the Institute of Electronic Sensors and Systems, Alexander Bergmann, there he is. Of AT&S, Matthias Peers, and of the Chair of Bio-Inspired Circuits and Systems of the University of Groningen, here's Elisabeth Chica. There you are, hello, and welcome on stage. So, now, good to have you all on stage, and now, without any further ado, let's jump into the panel. Don't forget, you can also join us via Slido. However, Robert, I'd like to start with you over there. And research, industry, are they a dream team? What's your thoughts on that?
Hello? Yeah. Yes, of course they are a dream team. There probably are some things that have some ingredients that have to be added. So it's not just about, how to say, two sides coming together. Sometimes both sides are speaking two different languages. So maybe one ingredient can be brought by a cluster acting as a translator between Chinese and English or something else.
I like that. That's probably what we'll require. And I also like that you said, well, the translator is a challenge. But let's find out. But we're going to take a step back first. And as we have a lot of people on stage and very little time for this, and our topic was curiosity, as an opener, I'd be very keen on hearing, how does curiosity influence your everyday life, and specifically from a professional point of view? Now, you're a lot, and you have a lot to say, but please try and keep it under 3 minutes. Please. Should we just start with you?
Sure.
Yes.
Happy to. So my everyday life, I think a lot of startups come to me and pitch ideas and try to convince me of things, and not many of them are open enough to brainstorm with me and be really open about going in a discussion with a completely different outcome, because there's a lot of ingredients that you need to make curiosity really be successful in the end. And I think many of the times it doesn't really fit, because not all ingredients are in discussion. So I'm always open for exploring my own curiosity and helping startups to go and think in different directions.
Thank you. Michael?
Just reflecting what I should say. Well, in my professional domain, I would answer curiosity is something which would support an idea like we had, or colleagues had 20 years ago with Easter. What about, I mean, curiosity is something which tries to be at the frontier and wants to know what is behind the frontier. And Easter, as we had the keynote here, was this kind of thing behind the curtain, behind the frontier. And it was incredibly successful. It's really very impressive to see what we have achieved at that day. I think it's about, curiosity is about being creative in politics in the wider sense, or being creative in the way you're organizing your national research system, whatsoever, what you're ever doing. It's, yeah, being curious about what will happen if we spend, and you've seen the figures, 2 billion in 2026, what is the output of this? Okay.
Thank you.
So curiosity is a strong drive in my life. It drove my geographic journey from Italy to Switzerland to Germany and now in the Netherlands. And it's the drive behind fundamental research. So I'm a professor at the University of Groningen, and my aim in doing research is to understand how the brain works by constructing technical systems. So the question about how is curiosity in my daily life, it's an easy question to answer, because my job is really about trying to understand things. And if I wasn't curious, I wouldn't be here today telling you about my job. But in this event, there is a lot about bringing curiosity into technology. And that's something that is relatively new for me, or I would say even unexplored. And so that's what drove my curiosity in coming here today. And I've been learning a lot about this. And it's something I'm looking forward to figure out how fundamental research can drive the development of new product. We have heard an amazing talk about that today, just the previous keynote, and I didn't know about Easter, and you made me want to join you. It sounds like a wonderful place where curiosity is really taken seriously.
Thank you.
So let me start by quoting Yuval Noah Harari. It's an author I really like to read, and he once said, the greatest scientific discovery was a discovery of ignorance. And once humans realized how little they knew about the world, they suddenly had a very good reason to seek knowledge. And to be honest, this really resembles also my daily work. I'm working in an international company, leading manufacturer of IC substrates and printed circuit boards in the high-end area, and we work together with 60+ nationalities. It's fascinating to see how also we as a company can participate at current trends like AI. Also Harari writes a lot about that, and how we can also start shape technology like this from Austria, from projects we are currently building in Hinterberg. And this fascinates me daily to see how bright minds get together, work in the R&D, bring it to commercialization and industrialization in the end on the market. This is more or less my thinking when I think about curiosity.
Thank you.
Great, already a lot said about curiosity, but I'm curious what curiosity is. So that's the curiosity of a scientist, looking also about this expression. What does it really mean? What is behind that? Is it a trigger of motivation? Is it the main trigger of motivation? Is it the crux of motivation? Does it help us to develop science in a way it should develop? Or what is behind this word? So I think making it always that short and just reducing it to a word is most of the times too simple in my experience. And of course, curiosity helps especially small kids to try to discover stuff and things and stuff like that, and that still works at university. So if you have PhD students and if you don't more or less light fire on their curiosity, not a lot will come out. So that's more or less what I think what is curiosity about.
I love the excitement over there as well. It translates well. And just, I'm curious because I see there's already a lot of Slido questions, and I'm going to get to them in 1 minute. Just you quoted Harari, and all of you talked about curiosity. And for me, innovation and technology is also very much about timing. And Harari said, in his opinion, for the first time in history in mankind, we have no idea what's going to happen in 10 to 20 years. So I'm curious what because for me that means that it's not an option to be curious, but it's a necessity to be curious. What's your thoughts on that? That was a deep question, wasn't it? Whoever wants to jump in, I'm just curious on your thoughts there, because what I'm trying to say is 10, 20, 30 years ago, there was certain paths that were very trodden, and it was clear to go this way and that way. But now we're all like, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen in the world. We don't know what's going to happen with AI, blah, blah, blah. So I have the feeling that curiosity is an even more important driver, and specifically also coming from both sides of the market. You brought up Harari, so it's yours.
Yeah, maybe just a few words. I really think it's important to somehow act with strategic foresight. Until 2050, we really don't know what is happening in the future. We can see only some developments happening already where we are going to, and we really have to pick up the current trends. And I think we have a lot of good technology leaders here, also in Austria, but also in Europe. The question is really, how can we understand those trends? Like, for example, the big data volume growth we all experience in the next few years already, tripling towards the zettabyte range. We really must understand and stay hungry to understand the trend, and how can we benefit from that in order also to help, for example, like with the triple transition. I really think it's not an option to not stay curious at current times.
Not at all. Now, I said I wanted to switch to Slido quite quickly. And interestingly, the most pressing question from the audience, it's in German, so I'm going to read it in German, and then I'll translate it to English. And again, it's not my question. It's just the most popular one. So, wie können wir unsere Industrie- und Forschungsszene weniger konservativ machen? How can we turn our industry and research scene less conservative? And you were already stretching.
That's my question here.
Is it?
I've been working in industry. I've been a scientist in industry, and I was...
Just interrupt you. Just from body language, it's incredible what just happened in this whole panel. Everyone was like, yes, bring it. So whoever had that question, that's awesome. Go for it.
Yeah. So, I had the impression like there were so many ideas in the setting that I was. So industry is not lacking ideas, not at all. People have a lot of ideas, and mostly they are great ideas. I think where really the bottleneck is in the sense of leadership, that we have these people, the management culture that we have that is based on small, predictable advances that are not a risk in terms of any career of everyone. And this is what I've seen in the industry setting all the time. So people are not getting rewarded for taking risk, they're punished for failures. And this is just a question of what kind of people we are picking for leadership, and also what kind of management education we want to give people in the future. For me, it's clear this can't go that way forever. So we have to rethink, and I don't have a fast cure for it, to be honest.
You seem nervous on your seat. You're moving forwards and backwards. You're going to, yes.
I was thinking about the equivalent in research and about funding for research. I think also there, but I also don't have the answer, so I'm afraid. I think also there something has to change in terms of how the research that is getting funded by the funding agency is chosen. We were discussing even before this panel that it's a lottery ticket, but who knows if this lottery ticket is really focusing on non-conservative ideas. And maybe just trying to go in that direction also with the funding could be something that then can later translate into new technologies that are more innovative.
If someone wants to jump in, great. If not, there's a ton of questions. Go on, Michael.
Yeah, let me comment shortly on this. I mean, in general terms, the punchline would be that this is true. We have a risk problem a little bit in Austria, in Europe, a little bit in Austria. But I would, industry and research, I wouldn't mix these too much together. I would say, well, industry in some way, industry has a traditional role to be reluctant a little bit with respect to their markets and to their revenue. With respect to the research scene, I would say we need more of those examples, that we have seen. We have seen BioNet, we have seen TTTech, we have seen other companies coming out of excellent scientific research. And I mean, TTTech, for example, when I started at the ministry, there were 8 people. They are now 2,500. They have contracts with NASA, and I mean, with world-leading companies. This is really so. If I'm like going to somebody in the company saying, "Do you know the story of TTTech?" Nobody will know. So we should pick up more of those really strong success stories that we have in Europe. We've seen this Nordic company developing this medicine, incredibly successful medicine this morning. So we have those stories. Which have, and the story of TTTech is, of course, a story of risk, of failure, of desperation, of really, economic wars against competitors and so on. But, they exist, they're created well, and we need to put them more in front.
Just the funny thing is, so if we go back to the initial question that I asked Robert as an opening statement, are research and industry a dream team? I mean, obviously they are. Full stop. We don't need to discuss on that. And you, Michael, just brought up that great example of TTTech. And the funny thing is, as you said, it's an incredible global player which is derived from the TU Vienna, right? A small team, and now they're a huge global player. They're on the ISS and in nearly every aeroplane. I think they collaborate with Audi. Every electronic part in Audi is TTTech, at least on the screens. Yet most people, probably outside of this room, have never heard of them. So we could also probably establish that, number one, yes, they are a dream team, but no one knows of that dream team. And my leading question upon that would be, as most people are not aware of these kind of dream teams and these collaborations, and same thing is of spinning out of universities and the impact that can be created further than papers from that, is maybe one of the main challenges we're looking at, quite simply a lack of storytelling in this, a lack of telling individual success stories, and by that highlighting paths that can be taken. It's not, no, you just don't all nod, take a microphone and say something.
I would say I totally agree. And right now, for example, research, development, innovation, we really have to make sure that we communicate what are our successes, what is it capable, and we have to aim for technology acceptance in the end. For example, also in the AI field, I mean, we have hardly any leading players in Europe. we have to push forward how we can make this technology accepted in various institutions. It's not only in the industry, it might be also in the RTOs, also in the ministries, and everywhere we have to learn how to work with this technology, make it accepted, and try to push forward further innovation. And I think, this is really also a task for leadership to ensure the awareness and also ensure the diversity in terms of how can we not be too much conservative, as the first question was framed.
And the interesting thing is, like, conservative is a question how we translate it. And I might like to translate it now in being risk averse. I think this is maybe the best way of putting it, right? Because conservative could be down to many, many, many factors, but at the end of the day, I think we're talking about being risk averse and so on. I'd like to add the second most pressing question to Slido, because at the end of the day, you're the experts here. Don't know to whom that is. It seems that Exista is mainly working with US companies. Is this a sustainable investment of Austrian research?
Well, glad that I can clarify that.
I bet you are.
So first, I mean, on the slide of the seven companies that we built out of the institute, 2 of them are in the US, and it's because we added to the technology of these companies, but the main drivers of these companies are in the US, and it's totally fine. So ISTA is holding shares of these companies. Whenever these companies are getting sold, whenever we're having an exit, this money is going back to ISTA, fueling Austrian research. The rest is in Austria. Will most probably stay in Austria. Maybe if they're getting too big and there is not enough funding left in a Series C, D stage, they might go to the US still. Our institute holds share. And then whatever I said about the other companies that we are investing in Sweden, in France, in Slovenia, this is private money. This is not Austrian public money. I mean, there is a little bit of Austrian public money, but we are a fund. Every one of you can invest in this fund, by the way, and we are fundraising right now as we are doing. So this is return driven. This is not a grant. This is money that we will increase this pile of money, like every other investment fund is as well. So that's a purely economic kind of thing and vehicle.
Now, I have the privilege of lecturing at a couple of universities, and including TU Vienna. And what we see there is there's a strong initiative in creating more and more spin-outs, also at the Medical University of Vienna. More and more spin-outs and trying to tell researchers, look, you're brilliant, but to really get your brilliance out there, please start companies. And it seems to be on top of that, and that's just my personal opinion, that there's additionally a kind of mindset that says, yes, but first of all, I don't want to start a company, because that's not quite good. And on top, earning a ton of money is a very bad thing. And that's sometimes a mindset I encounter. By that I mean creating a profitable or for-profit company, a global player, seems to be something that's considered slightly negative. So it's a bit of a mindset challenge. And I'm curious, Elisabeth, looking at you, and no pressure on you there, and the University of Groningen, when you listen to some of this, what we've heard so far, some of the challenges we've seen, what's your outside view on what you've heard so far and some of the challenges you may have overcome in the last couple of years?
So I go back to the keynote because there was a lot of inspiration there, and we crazy scientists, we are very busy. And so the first reaction that we have when we get this pressure, because we get it all the time now, is, you know, how do I find the time to also take care of that? And this is a big problem, so places in which this is supported and there is an infrastructure, and I think by now most universities understand that, and they're all building up a system for supporting this. I think that the most common thing that happens in research group is that a brilliant postdoc or PhD student takes the lead in creating the company, and the professor is then supporting that. But it's more rare, I don't know if I'm correct, that the professor themselves, they jump on it. And yeah, but the pressure is there, and I sense it more and more.
Is the pressure good or bad?
Both.
Oh, good.
Both, yeah, because I think the pressure comes also from the funding agencies. They are cutting more and more fundamental research. And I think that's a bad choice. I think that's not gonna, we need to feed application with the discoveries we make in fundamental research. So in that sense, it's bad. But I think it's good because at the same time, that's the way to to bring ideas into the applied research.
And to take this a step further, if we look at the next question from a certain anonymous, in Europe, we need to bring R&D results quicker to market. How can we ensure this, and what is needed to foster technology transfer? Because, again, overarching topic, research and industry is dream team. But that means in order to have research come to the industry, we have to get it out there. And this seems to be one of the most pressing challenges, because throughout today we've heard we've got all the know-how, we've got all the smart brains, we've got all the technologies, yet it's not there. So is this one of the key challenges? And if so, how do we foster this technology transfer? You're not sure yet, are you? Okay, you're handing it forward. Okay, please.
It's a hard question. If I would have an answer to that, I would not sit here now, honestly speaking. But I think one of the things which are really needed is that in the end of some kind of research projects, you have a better overlap with industry or with companies which help to take over the results of the research. Because very often, especially at universities, you have a PhD student, he or she is brilliant, gives good results, and then after the PhD thesis, the stuff is somehow buried in a thesis or in an ERC grant or whatever, which doesn't help us to make money out of that. And if you have a good then overlap with a company or with a startup, that would be the best, then I think that would help enormously in order to be quicker, to gain this knowledge or to also make profit of this knowledge and go forward in that direction.
I'd be very curious, whose responsibility is that to create that overlap? Because it's a brilliant approach. Just like, whose job is that?
I think it's the job of those who would like to make the money out of that.
And that's probably who?
And that's probably not the academic side, maybe an entrepreneur as a startup at the university, but most probably also industry. And since we have quite strong industry in Austria, I think also industry should be in that role to take this over a bit.
Interesting. Whoever wants to join, I'm enjoying this. Just
if I might join, speaking so for the industry, I think what is essential is really R&D and production has to go hand in hand. And right now we see really a lack of framework conditions here, which not only affects maybe the R&D activities to a certain extent in terms of costs, for example, but especially also in the production area. And we already can see that, I mean, Austria, for example, is quite good in innovation, I would say, within Europe. But if you have the bigger picture, Europe lacks the economic strengthness, so to say. We're losing grounds against the big competitors in the US. And the question for me is really, how do we get leading edge technologies to Europe, and how do we create the demand respectively when we do our R&D activities and bring it further to industrialization? How do we generate the demand for these high-end technologies, which we all use, like AI, also here in Europe? And I'm also speaking here specifically about the hardware side of the technologies.
And the funny thing is, it's a good way of kind of overlapping it to the next comment to a certain degree, where someone says, Europe is good in R&D, but we need to focus in order to create areas of specialization. Do not try to do everything, keep focus. And how can we achieve that? Someone's doing my job. The last part I'm saying that. How can we achieve this? How can we achieve this?
Well,
thank you.
Parts of it is already done, at least at the later stages, with the ERC grants for startups. So we were thinking about how is the US doing that with their DARPA programs, and one of the real big differences is that they have very strong, knowledgeable people in certain fields who are able to pull things together and connect the dots overall. And this has not been true up to now in the past. It's more like, everyone please come, we do panel sessions with some people sitting in these panels and making arbitrary decisions, to be fair, at least it seemed to me like that. So I think there are structural changes behind the scenes that are introduced, at least at the later stage. I don't know if this is really in the early stage, in the pathfinders, in the transitions phase as well. But I think I'm hopeful, at least, that these structural funding changes will lead to
and I just observed Michael nodding away when you said you were going like, yes.
Yeah, I'm nodding all the time.
Okay, then.
Because I agree with nearly everything said. Just to add on what the American model with DARPA, one element which is, and this might be also relevant for this question we are dealing now, is the role of procurement. So because DARPA is a defense agency, or partly a defense agency, and this is an incredible incentive if you are running for a robots challenge, which is incredibly ambitious, and you have a perspective that in 5 years, Lockheed or someone will really will make a procurement and buy your machines. This is a completely different issue, and I think this very fueling for the startup scene in US. With the question of specialization, well, that's a little bit, yeah, that's true, definitely, that Europe has problems to enforce its own strengths. And we have strengths, no doubt about it. We have strengths in various areas. I don't know, I have the impression that politics, European politics, have changed years over years. It's about, sometimes it's about coherence. It's about helping that nobody lags behind. It's about finding common European interests in specific areas. And then we have areas, and I think we are in the area right now with our endeavor to focus more on highly competitive areas like chips, like I mean, discussions on AI seems to be trying to find out where can we really win the race or be in the race with our competitors. Yeah, I mean, this is I would say a fundamental question. How can we keep focus? How can we distribute our eggs in the right baskets? And yeah, year after year this changes a little bit, so it's hard to really give a good answer on this one.
Thank you. You wanted to add something?
Yeah, maybe just to add, also Mr. Wieselmüller. I mean, I think just lately it was mentioned in the Draghi report. I think what could also help is we should really think European, and in certain technology areas, I can only speak for the microelectronics industry, it was also advised, focus on a clear European strategy, find out where are the strengths, but also the potentials where we have to maybe further get more money into it, actually, to be more risk averse or risk taking, sorry, to aim for innovation. I think this strategic approach I really miss on the European level, and then of course it goes down, and we see right now really a fragmented approach in the European Union, and we should do all our best, all stakeholders here on the table, ministry, industry, but also RTOs, I would say, to really focus on a European approach when doing certain initiatives.
Robert, when we started off this panel, I asked you, are research and industry a dream team? Now, listening in, I think we've quite quickly established that. But my question is it enough to have a dream team? Or do we maybe need more than that?
Yeah, we heard a lot. It needs focus, it needs investment, it needs money, it needs the wish to achieve something. But today in the morning, we heard something in the second keynote. I think in that, when thinking of, how to say, when do we see in our network research and industry acting as dream teams, then there is always one thing they have in common. It's just, in the morning it was called the common North Star. So they have their common goal. So if the goal is clear, then, how to say, all the forces that are put together, all the money that is put together, all the focus that is put on that project leads to success. And I think that's, how to say, that concludes also from the morning. So we have to have in each of our activities our committed North Star.
I very much like that approach, because the funny thing is, I'm going to try and summarize what we heard so far on top of what you said. We said, okay, we set out to find out if we need a research, if research and industry are a dream team. And we quickly understood, okay, how important curiosity is a driver, but also understand that we need some kind of a reward for risk, and found out very quickly that very often the decision making is, however, somewhat conservative and risk averse. But what we're looking for has already been done, but we're not very good at communicating that. We have strong collaboration between the two in form of people like TT Tech, for example. We spoke about leadership challenges and that we need to create a strong overlap between research and industry. If the overlap is clearer, it can be quicker and more easily executed. We talked about procurement and DARPA, and that sometimes big agencies like that, like defense agencies, can create exactly that. And you, Robert, just mentioned the North Star, the importance of that. And I believe all the acting and all doing is absolutely pointless if we don't know where we're going. And for me, it sounds quite clear that we need something like the great JFK once called it the moonshot, something where we say, this is where we want to go, and this is why we do it. And the interesting thing is, I'm a huge JFK fan. In his speech, he said something quite interesting. He said, we chose to go to the moon and do the other things. That's the boring part. But the interesting part is, not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And I kind of quite like that if we talk about these challenges we have coming up right now. And for me, it all comes down to the next step would be actually to create this very common goal that we can easily communicate. No pressure, that's not my job, that's your job, because the funny thing is, once you have that North Star, everything else follows. When we say we want to go to the moon until the end of this decade, we understand it's hard, and this is why we need to do it, because the Russians were there before us, because that's why we're scared. Then it's clear that every other action follows this one clear target. And everyone understands, do we go the easy way or the hard way? Easy way takes 20 years, okay, we only have 10, okay, we'll go the hard way. Why are we doing this? Because of that. And at the end of the day, everything else follows. The beauty is, that makes it sound super easy. The good thing is, that's why so many smart people like you are all in a room together, discussing and talking. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for all the questions on this. Thank you very much to the panel. And now I'd like, Robert, you'll stay with me, right? I'd like you, if you enjoyed this panel discussion, give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you. Ach schön, das ist immer das große Stühlerücken, oder?
Bitte?
Ja. Das ist immer das große Stühlerücken, dann so viele von der Bühne zu kriegen. But back to English. That was fun. Now, I'd like to look back at that. And for me, just besides that summary, for me the thing is I've understood that from a technology point of view, from a curiosity point of view, there's everything there. It's just about executing and communicating that. And I think that's quite strong and quite good. Robert, what's any thoughts? Any thoughts before we get to our last slide or questions from you?
Yeah. Any thoughts or also thoughts today? I felt out a lot of networking outside. Yeah. So I tried to stay in some of the sessions in the afternoon, and even couldn't because I was pulled out by people who wanted to network. And that was, how to say, in the morning, as we could see, the main goal of all participants was to 60% using the networking. So that's great, that's why we are here. And it's great to head on that issue of the EBSCON, curiosity as our main track.
Absolutely. And we are one more time curious to hear and find out what's going on in your mind. So we have one last round of Slido questions, I believe. And in one word, how would you describe your overall experience at EBSCON 2024? Let's see what happens there. Let's see. Maybe you can also throw it on the screen up front that we don't have to twist our necks that much. So the one word that comes to mind, inspiring. Oh, that's good. And the star, the sparkle, that's great. That makes it even more inspiring. Sexy. Okay. Kurios and Schnitzel. My wife asked me, how was the conference? I said, it was sexy, kurios, aber auch Schnitzel. Yeah, she might have questions. No risk, no fun. Motivation, inspiration. I like that. Okay. Unexpected. Oh, that's good. I like that. Goal setting. Inspiration and motivation. These two always beautifully go hand in hand. New faces, encouraging, fun and empowering. No risk and no fun. Well invested time without any Abstände. Okay. More interchange needed. More networking probably. Okay. Hope, discovery. So inspiration, Schnitzel. I was just going to wrap it up. It was so beautiful, and someone wrote Schnitzel again. Inspiration, networking. So we can say the EBSCON 2024 was full of inspiration, networking, amazing Schnitzel, motivation, and it was empowering. We can agree on that, and many other things. Okay, I love Slido. I think we also have one more question coming up. What would you, don't write Schnitzel, what would you, write whatever you want, what would you most like to see or experience at the next EBSCON, which means there will be another EBSCON, which is quite strong, right?
Yes, of course.
Of course there'll be one, that's great. EBSCON 2025 is already in the books. Unlimited. One then. So it's going to be unlimited. Networking and curiosity. Well, we had curiosity before, but okay, if it was that good. 2 days and more depth.
Wow.
Wow, okay. 2 days and more depth. That's interesting. Application Schnitzel. Pitches. Yes, I'm very much. Focus on sport. Ethical aspects. Daniel as host again. Yeah, I like that. Thank you. I'll give you 50 euros later. Even more innovation. Probably the same who said 2 days and Daniel back again. It's probably my agency. Thank you for that. Business models, courage, more women, more diversity, innovation, beyond borders, curiosity. Business models, Daniel, thank you, Mom. Vortrag mit Mehrwert. Okay, that's also a bit of a, okay, great. That's why we're so open for this. University studies. Okay, and so a Schnitzel.
Schnitzel again, okay. Of course we will take that one.
I know what's going to be, but please don't call it the EBSCON 2025 Schnitzel. That would be a very weird name. Please do not do that.
It's a big issue.
That would be quite a weird one. But anyhow, while this is all happening, can we already say a little bit about EBSCON 2025? We've just found out it will happen again.
Of course, this will be a challenge, and of course, there was a wish with 2 days more depth. So we will try to push the limits, I would say.
Nicely put. I like that very much. That's good. So it's going to happen. We're going to push the limits, and there'll be Schnitzel as well. So this is great. We can look forward to the EBSCON 2025. I believe that EBSCON 2024 was a lot of fun. It worked very well. And I think there's 3 elements one needs for a successful conference like this. And the first element is amazing supporters, right? And these are our amazing supporters. And what I'd like you to do is now, for the next 5 seconds, I'd like you to stare at them in awe and ideally tonight buy a lot of their products. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, pictures of them. That's even better. It creates even more brand value. So thank you very much to our amazing supporters. That's the first. Yes.
Woo. Thank you.
Because without them, that would not be possible. That's step 1, amazing supporters. Step 2, there's something else what we need. We need an amazing team behind this. And for this, we would like to have all the team members join us on stage. Go on then, go on then. And that's the part where you applaud. Please, 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 please. Good, 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 good.
Thanks to the whole team. Thanks to Anna Kotolnik for leading this project. Anna, thank you very much. And also thanks to our partners in the back, you know, people from Jack Coleman, our digital event management partners in the back. They made it all possible here. Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you. And there's a third part we need for this to make it work, and that's an amazing audience. That's you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for opening your brains and hearts. And we would like to capture that moment. Don't go away yet, you in the grey suit. Stay there. Come on, for a second. No pressure. So what we'd like to do is we'd like to take one picture together. Robert is going to make a selfie to rule them all with the whole team. We'd like you in the background all. If you can snuggle together a little bit, that would be even better. And then, wait, let me join in as well. I want to be there as well. Good. And then we can applaud one last time for the EBSCON 2024. And before all hell breaks loose, thank you all so much. Robert, what's happening next?
Networking.
That's right, networking. More networking for you. Don't forget your matchmaking. That's going to happen at 16:30. You will probably all have applied for that. And in that sense,
have a good networking, and we see each other outside.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of the day here with us. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.